Here we are, folks. It's Saturday Night Live, and I'm sorry, this is not the Saturday Night Live maybe that you were looking for, because we're a little early. But we do have a cast of comedians here on the panel. Obviously, we have Roy and Gustavo and Wayne and Randall, and we may have other people that pop in and say hello. And, we will do our best to keep things going tonight. It's going to be a very busy night. It's going to be a lot of talk about obviously the new Nikon Z6 III. And we want to say hi to the folks that are currently in the chat. We got Mike Farwell is in the house. We've got the cast of characters on the screen with me. We got Robert, he is here. And we got Luke is also with us. And let's see, we've got Bob Our Photos is here. And Ava, thank you for coming in, Ava. It's nice to see you. And I'm sure we're going to have more people. I'm not going to really get into much discussion here until we hit at least 25 people. Because once we start down this road, we're not going to be going backwards, at least not until we go all the way forward. Then we could also always go backwards afterwards. But we're going to, we got Tim Mackin is in the house. Hello, Tim. Thank you for joining the stream. And Joe Mansland is in the chat. Joey, you don't want to show your face on the screen, huh? I don't know. Nikan is here. Joey must have done something bad, or he got in a street fight and he doesn't want us to see his bruises. I don't know which. It's tough in Canada, from what I hear. Joey might have had a problem. Cooley Priestley is here. Hey, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Joe says he's too handsome. Well, Joe, I will admit, compared to me, yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Exactly.
You're a young buck, and I can't compete. What can I say?
Let me say, we pass our best.
yes, we do our best, but sometimes it's not good enough. So I guess we got 19 people. Let's see. I've got more things on my screen than Carter has pills, as they say. We're going to put up a reminder here. We might as well do this now. We'll do it several times during the course of the show, that we do have our photo review coming up on July 6th. And if you want to send in some images for this photo review, and I encourage anybody who's showing up on the show for the first time or just recently showing up on the show, we welcome you to the channel and feel free to participate. Send in the files, 2048 pixels on the long side. Send in 4 photos, and if you send in 5, I won't yell at you or anything. That's okay too. But get them into me before noon time, 12 p.m. Eastern time on July 5th. The last 2 photo reviews we've had, we have averaged at least 80 images plus per show, which is really, really impressive. I think we have a very active and very animated group of people on this channel that enjoy sharing their images, and we all enjoy looking at all these images. So let's keep the tide going and try to hit that 80 mark again. We're at 22. We're at 22. So we need people to kind of gear up, ramp up, and start sending me some pictures, because I'm not on my computer often enough anyway. So we got to send more pictures to me.
So Jeff, tell us a little bit about the structure for the night, since we have a lot to talk.
We have a lot. So what we're going to do tonight is I put together a slide presentation where obviously it's going to be talking about the Nikon Z6 III in context, with a table with the Z6 II on one side and the Z8 on the other side. And I'll make it clear, the Z6 III is not a competitor to the Z8. Okay, it's not. Okay, it's different format, different, smaller sensor, it's not the same. But there are going to be people that are they're going to ask two things. They're either going to have a Z6 II now, a Z6 II, and they're going to say, is it worth my while? Does it make sense for me to get a Z6 III? They may have a Z8 or Z9 and wonder if the Z6 III would make a good second camera for them. So you're going to have that direction. And then you're also going to have people that maybe are still shooting with DSLRs that never made the switch because the price points for the Z8 and Z9 were too high for them. And the lower end cameras were maybe a little too lower end for them. And it didn't make them, jump ship or get a mirrorless. And so we're going to try to convince you that the Z6 III will very well may be what you've been waiting for if you're looking for something in that $2,500 price point. So because there's so much information and I got to go through everything, I did a dry run today. It took me 45 minutes to go through everything. So you're going to have to bear with my awful voice for 45 minutes, at which time I will turn it over to each person that is on the panel so they can talk about it further from what they've read or heard, or in Gustavo's case later in the show, he got to actually hold one today and take some pictures with it. And I know Randall got to go out and hold one and take some pictures with it. I'm wondering whether he's either going to send pictures for the photo review of a model or the camera. I'm not sure which, but I know which I'd rather see. But I won't comment any further on that. I'll let Randall surprise us. And so we're also going to ask you to refrain from asking questions until after we do the presentation and after everybody on the panel has talked, and then put a QQQ in front of any comment that you want
question
that you want answered, and make it easier for us to find it. So we're going to adopt that from now on the show. If you have a question, because I got reminded or whacked across the head that recently we missed out on some questions that people have asked in the chat, and we also missed out on some potential new people that have come on the show. So you're getting my apology for that. And we do the best we can. And hopefully, if you're new, we're going to be looking out for you in the chat, and we will mention your name and acknowledge that you're here. And we appreciate you taking the time to join us. Without further ado, I'm going to bring up the spreadsheet, and it's probably going to be a little hard for you to see. So it's kind of more of me, I guess, reading stuff to you and using that as a guide for myself. You may have a little trouble seeing it because I can only make the image on the screen so big. But I'm going to bring up the spreadsheet now, and so we could get going here. And we've got 23 people, and I'll explain how I did this spreadsheet, and I will. I got to make it bigger than that. How am I going to do this? What I need is my laptop hooked up is what I need, I think. I'll work around this a little bit. You got to give me a few minutes here.
Okay. So I know, Randall, when do you have the Z6 III with you?
Okay. I think it goes on sale, the 25th, 26th is when they're supposed to start shipping.
Yes.
So
they've already got it here.
I did it through B&H. They said, hey, I'm already back ordered. So I went through my local camera store as backup, and I'm like number 46. So,
but you attended an event, correct?
Yeah.
Where the cameras were present.
It's first come, first serve, and also the fact that it's a wonderful camera. Okay, it is thicker than your Z6, Z6 II, Z7 II, whatever. Okay, a little bit bigger, smaller than a Z8. The grip is intense. Okay, and it kind of reminded me of when your knuckles hit a lens.
Yeah.
That's how thick it is. But it was very easy to hold. They do sell a grip with it. It's a new battery grip also, where you can have 2 batteries in there, and you can charge it USB-C, and it'll charge both batteries. So I ran the buffer on it. It just kept going. I did JPEG, I did RAW, I got some pictures of it, but that's all I'm going to say for now.
Okay.
Okay.
So that's good. So Jeff, so I think I can read it on my computer, but on my screen, there is a way to zoom in a little bit more. What file is this?
That's probably as good as I'm going to get it. Unfortunately,
Okay.
I cannot. And to make it this big, I had to turn off my chat, so I cannot see anybody in the
Don't
chat.
worry, we take care of the chat.
I'm letting
Don't
you
worry.
know that for everybody. I'm not ignoring you. I cannot see you at all right now.
Okay.
So we're going to start and explain how I did this table. So I
Alright.
have on the left-hand side, I have camera features and specs. I have a column for the Z6 II, the Z6 III, the Z8. And we got Chuck coming in here. Hopefully we could fit him on the bottom. Otherwise, I'm going to lose more size here. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, I lost more size.
Oh,
Size. It's all about size, man. I'll tell you.
And
Right?
it's not the grip.
It's all about size. So, so I have the Z6 II, the Z6 III, the Z8, and then I have what's called additional comments and highlights. And those comments are not necessarily associated with the camera features. It's just things that I wrote down, okay, that I want to discuss. And I'm going to start with that. And I have, as you can see in the Z8 column, which is the third column over, I have items in red. Anything in red is a feature that is better than what's in the Z6 II. On the Z8 column, anything is red is something that's better than the Z6 III. Anything in blue is a feature that some people may like it better on the Z6 III, and some people may like it better on the the Z6. I mean, on the Z8. And then I have stuff. Anything in green means it's a feature on the Z6 III that's actually better than both the Z6 II and the Z8. I don't know if I can remove people. Let me see.
I'll go.
Well, I said remove. I was
just trying to see
suggesting
if I
hide
can
at the panel.
on the panel. I'm just trying to make the screen bigger without what I need is a doggone. If I should have hooked up my laptop, so I had my spreadsheet on the laptop, so I could make everything bigger, but I don't want to. I can do that if people want to wait a few minutes. I can do that. I can get my laptop over here, and I could.
yeah, go ahead and do it.
I could do that. So give me a minute, folks, and that way at least I can make the screen full screen, and everybody will be able to see it better.
Yeah. So we were talking about that Randall has some experience this week with the Z6 III. Also, today I attended an event in my camera, correct? That they have several Z6 III, actually C8s and C9s as well, and an assortment of lenses. So I have some chance to shoot some JPEG and NEF with the which open fantastically in Photoshop, no problem, correct? Mm-hmm. So people that will be receiving the cameras next week, I think they can go and get in raw files without a problem. It went well. They have it was very well organized, Chuck. They are doing a fantastic job with the promotion, correct? They are going around with a tour, plenty of cameras. You registered before. There is 2 representatives from Nikon there with an assortment of, let's say, lenses and cameras. They bring in this event here in my camera in Long Tree. They brought a model, so you have a lady that was there for us to shoot as well. And I apologize ahead of. At the end of all this discussion, I'm going to show some of the pictures. Please do remember that I'm not a people photographer, but at least it will be good to show the kind of images that we can get with a camera. Right?
All right.
So that went well. So they're doing great. So not only on the engagement through the videos that they put together for the launch and as well, but they are very actively going around and engaging with the community. And so we will recognize Nikon for that effort. Obviously, you have to live in a city where there is still a Nikon camera shop, correct? Which I know for many of you, that's not any longer available. But I know in California, there have been several events. And here in Colorado, we're going to have 3 days events around different cities, Colorado Springs and Boulder, and here in Denver and South Denver as well, which is where I attended.
You remember the Nikon representative's name?
I had to look at it, but I think it was the two gentlemen. So I think they were the same ones that were in California. It's in Paul Allen, Mike, or Jeff Mitchell.
Okay. I had Terrence, so yeah,
it
was good.
They were doing a great job, and not on. What was impressive for me is that they brought also, you wanted to try the 50 millimeter 1.2, they have it. You want to try?
They had all the lenses. They had
exactly
9, 8, 7, the 6, of course, the 6 III, and then the 6, just to show the size.
Exactly.
But they had all the glass.
So you tell us, Jeff, keep going. We keep the conversation.
Keep going.
All right. And I think the event that you went, Randall, they also brought a model, correct?
Yes, and I took some pictures.
Exactly.
I put it on my website, or I should say my YouTube, and so I did that. She requested some of the pictures because the other people didn't want to share. I sent them to her, and she thanked me. But
okay,
one thing they stressed was that the raw files could not be viewed in the NX Studio. Well, you can view them, but you can only see one at a time. You just have to hit the down arrow. Okay. On the 25th or 26th, when it starts shipping, then they'll have the update, and they should have another firmware update coming out.
They open Adobe Camera Raw, no problem. Right? Okay. For me, I went this morning and just sat here 1 hour before the show, and I opened the file, selected few to show you guys, and they open fine, right?
Yeah.
So
they open, but usually on NX Studio you see a whole set, and you can see each different picture. Well, it was just one. So what I did was I just used a down arrow, and I could view each one.
Yeah.
And it gave all the information of the raw file. So
I open it by my normal workflow. I open it with Photomechanics, the current version, and they open fine. So both the JPEG and the NEF files, the raw files. So I think whatever the files look like, I don't think it can be recognized by the current software. And they were, you will see, they were ready. I did some minor editing. I find out, Chuck, you will love this one. Find out that, me being a animal photographer, correct? I opened these photos, this lady, and I work for sure. I like the raw files a lot better, right? But immediately after I put them, did some minor adjustment, I start taking some of the blemishes on her face. I could not resist not doing that.
Oh, man, you're micromanaging. You know that?
No, it's just look. I am. What can I say? I am a perfectionist, but you will see.
But that's okay. I did the same thing too. Well, a little bit, but it was a great camera. They had two cameras, one set up for video, the other one set up for photos. And they had the grip, the 10, right? So it's usually for video, and I was just firing like a machine gun, and the model was cracking up. He says, "What are you doing?" And I says, "I'm trying to get the buffer, to." And just kept going and kept going. So
I reserve my opinion after Jeff do the presentation here, but for what I saw on the first results, I like what I saw on the files, and the other thing, Chuck, the beauty of all this, correct, is they hand you a new camera, and because it's the ecosystem, correct, of Nikon, you immediately can move yourself around. They gave me a camera and there was only shooting JPEG, and so I went and changed it to RAW, and imagine it was one shot at a time, and I wanted to let it rip because that's what I like to do, correct? So I was quickly. So for one thing we can say here, for sure, everybody, is that if you have your CA-C9 or the C6 II, the C7 II, it will take you no time to get familiar with the camera. Okay? Now that doesn't mean that you don't have to learn it. You still have to learn it, but things are where they're supposed to be, and everything works fantastic.
No, this just is not working out. So I'm just going to have to go with it. It's going to be small. I can't do anything about it.
So Jeff, do one thing where you can come back to this. Send it to me in the email, and I see if I can zoom in and share. Okay, what format is this table?
Well, it's in the numbers of a Mac. It's on a Mac.
No, I know I have a Mac, but I should be able to open it. So send it to me, and I try to open it, and if we get something, then I can share, and then you read it. Okay, but right. Otherwise you go with it.
Yeah, because this is taking too long.
Exactly. So Chuck, any comment or question while we let Jeff here to? I think you're on mute, Chuck.
Yeah, Steve Perry did two good. He had two, part 1 and part 2. He did a very good job. Some other people got into it. Of course, Ricky was excellent. The other one I want to say is even some guys that aren't used to this system is thinking about the Z6 III. They're in like Panasonic, or they're in Leica or whatever. They're all talking about the Z6 III, and they were pretty impressed. I think the biggest thing was the autofocus and the buffer memory, how good it was. They liked the CF Express. It's the same as before. They all said that, they had a few questions about the semi-stacked sensor, but that didn't bother me. The autofocus was quick. Even there was one time she sneezed, and you can see it transferring her eyes from one to the other. If something got blocked or someone walked in front of her, it did not lose her. So they're telling us the different points of autofocusing, which was interesting. I love to see Perry where he was talking about for birding and stuff, if they're on the same focal, length. Like he had a bird on one tree, one on top of the other on different branches, and they were at the same focal length, and he could do one there and then bring it down and the other one, and they're both in focus.
Yeah, that's a good trick.
It usually throws off the autofocusing, and it was perfect. He says, I loved it. So
okay, we're gonna get rocking and rolling here.
Okay, very good.
I'm gonna go quickly as I can, and then let everybody interject and try to get through this as quick as I can. So basically, we're going to start off with obviously The megapixel count, the Z6 II is 24.5, as is the Z6 III, and the Z8 is 45.7. So it's a totally different, class of camera, obviously. Let's make that clear up front. I'm going to talk about, I think, some commentary initially. Per Richie, if you watched his video, he says the Z6 III autofocus system is 99% of the capabilities of the Z8 and the Z9. Now, if you listen to other people, they don't necessarily say it's 99%. They'll say that the autofocus acquisition and the stickiness of the autofocus is maybe 10% less than a Z8 or a Z9, which kind of makes sense because you don't have the dual stream capability in the Z6 III that you have in the Z8 and the Z9. And also you're talking a partially stacked sensor versus a fully stacked sensor. So it does come to reason that the autofocus and the stickiness might be a minuscule less than what you're going to get out of a Z8 and a Z9. So I would think that is really something that you need to expect, but it's not going to be so noticeable that you say, oh, it isn't any good for this anymore, I can't use it, so on and so forth. It's 20%, autofocus is 20% faster than the Z6 II. So if you have a Z6 II, well, that's one reason why to switch. They say in good light, like I said, 10% slower than the Z8, and low light about the same, because obviously this camera is going to perform better in low light than a full frame camera would. The subject detect is in both auto and manual focus modes. Is a big feature, especially for manual focus lenses. Okay, so that's something that it has a leg up on even the Z8 and the Z9, is that you get the ZF capabilities where you have eye autofocus when you have a manual focus lens on the camera, and you have subject detection, and then you can zoom in on the subject's eyes, and you can use your focus peaking, and you can dial it in perfect, and then back out of the zoom mode and take your picture, and you're going to have fantastic images using manual focus lenses. It has a 3.5 times faster readout speed versus a Z6 II. You have minimal or to no rolling shutter. I mean, so far, no one has seen rolling shutter effects in any of the reviews that I have watched. It has a less than a 10 millisecond read speed, which is significantly faster than others that do not have the, where nowhere else has that partially stacked sensor. And that's making a big difference. You have for the most part, an unlimited buffer, very impressive, as Randall was saying earlier. You pretty much have an unlimited buffer when shooting 20 frames per second RAW using a CFEB card. I mean, Richie and others have held the button down, continuous shooting for several minutes, and it kept on going. And Steve Perry was another one that was doing that. Now, if you're using an SD card, you're going to be limited to about 100 shots in RAW. Or 80 frames if you're shooting RAW plus JPEG, but still, that's a very impressive before you have any slowdown at all due to a buffer. But at full RAW, 20 frames per second, you can just keep your finger on that button longer than you'd ever want to keep your finger on that button. It has the highest resolution and brightest EVF in the Z camera lineup, period, and we'll get into that a little bit more. It has 8 stops of IBIS with focus point VR, which is the best in class of any Z body. And what they mean by focus point VR is usually the way your IBIS works. It concentrates on your center of your frame. And with the ZF and now the Z6 III, the IBIS will be adjusted based on where your focus point is. So if your main subject happens to be in the upper right-hand corner, or what you're putting your focus point on, that IBIS will work even better because it's tied in with the focus point. So that is something that you only get in the ZF and the Z6 III. And as we mentioned, you got the partially stacked sensor, and no one knows exactly what that means, other than obviously some of the electronics that normally would not be on the front of the sensor is now on the front of the sensor. But that helps give you the scanning speed, and in conjunction with having the Speed 7 processor that comes from the Z8 and the Z9, a combination of those two features allow you to have more subject detect modes than ever before and faster autofocus. Now, there is no bird autofocus in the subject detect yet. You do have 9 subject detect modes. The Z6 II only has people and animals. Okay, so you have 9 modes of subject detect with the Z6 III. You have 10 subject detect modes with the Z8 and the Z9 because you have the bird autofocus, but many are assuming that that will come down the road in a firmware update, and then you'll have that as well. You have 1/16,000th of a second maximum shutter speed. If you're using the electronic shutter, you only have 1/8,000th of a second with the Z6 II. The Z8 is a different ball game. It's 1/32,000th of a second. I was incorrect in an image that I talked about earlier that was released thinking that this camera had a shutter shield, and obviously it does not have a shutter shield because it has a mechanical shutter and an electronic shutter. So there is no shutter shield, no sensor shield. Now, with oversampled 4K getting into video, if you're using a 5.4K 10-bit, you can crop up to 140% with no loss in quality, and up to 150% if shot at 6K 60 RAW, according to Mr. Matt Irwin on his live stream. You have 6K 60 internal RAW video, which is insane for a camera of this price point. You have great low light autofocus and low noise at high ISOs. The level of what it is compared to a Z6 II, no one's really released any hard numbers yet, but it's anticipated that it's going to be, I would assume, as good, if not slightly better than what's in a Z6 II. You have pre-release capture for bird photographers. Unfortunately, it's still JPEG only, so I'm just going to go ugh. You would think that with the 24.5 megapixel sensor, it would have allowed them the ability to do it at full resolution in RAW on a smaller sensor. So I don't quite get that, but it is what it is. Other features that you're not going to find on a Z6 II or Z8 is you're going to eventually, I don't think you could do it tomorrow, but you're going to be able to eventually create color profiles in NX Studio and upload them into the camera through the memory card. So you're going to basically be able to make LUTs and make, picture control settings and create your own and suck them into the camera through your memory card, which you can't do with any of the other models. You're also going to have ability to go from your camera to cloud devices like OneDrive on Google, and Nikon's going to be coming out with a Nikon imaging cloud so that you can get firmware updates automatically from the cloud into your camera. And so between the firmware updates and the picture control, that's going to be tied in with the Nikon image cloud, which right this second is not available. But you are going to be able to do file transferred into other cloud, clouds that are out there, and we know there are a lot of clouds out there. You gain the benefit of skin softening features and skin tone adjustments that you had in the Z8 are now in the Z6 III. You can hook up a power bank to power the camera via USB. The rear button layout is the same. I looked at it as the same as my Z9. It does have an illumination button on the top plate that only lights up the top LCD panel. It does not illuminate your buttons. So unfortunately, you don't get full button illumination for night photography, but you do get to light up that LCD display on the top. And it uses the U1, U2, U3 method of saving your custom configurations in your camera versus shooting banks that you would have to do the same thing basically for the Z8 and the Z9. You have 2 function buttons on the front, but they consider themselves having a third one on the touchscreen that allows you to move the autofocus point while you're looking through the viewfinder. So they consider that function button 3. You have what they call a line-in input, which is something that you don't have in any of the other cameras, and you can support Pro Audio and XLR accessories. In a short description, a line-in input allows you to bring in audio from another source and put it right into your video in your camera, which you cannot do that right now with any other Nikon camera currently. You also, in something else that's unique to this camera versus any other Z camera, is you could do 1080 high definition at 200 frames per second, which is 10 times slow motion. But there is a 5% crop that is incurred when you do this, but most of the other cameras will only do 120 frames per second in 1080p. So the one thing that it does annoy me is if you buy this camera, it does not come with a battery charger. I do not understand that logic that Nikon's doing that kind of stuff. I don't know. I'll leave it at that. It irritates me. It's like, come on, those doggone things are made in China. They probably cost them, $2 or something, and they can't throw one in the box with the camera. I don't get it. So now we'll get back to that. That's some of the highlights. Now we're going to get into the nitty gritty with the camera specs. I already covered the megapixels. The sensor type is a conventional CMOS on the Z6 II. You got the partially stacked on the Z6 III, and of course you got the fully stacked BSI CMOS sensor on the Z8. They all use the 6 III. I'm going to abbreviate and just say 6 III instead of Z6 III. The 6 III and the Z8 both use Xpeed 7, and the Z6 II uses the 2x Xpeed 6 processor. Card slots, they both use CFEB and XQD in one slot, and SD or UHS2 in the other slot. The monitor type, they're all 3.2-inch diagonal screens. They're all 2.1 million dots, but the one in the Z6 III is what they call a vari-angle TFT touch sensitive. Allows you to pull it out in a way and turn it around for like vlogging or doing a video and you want to see what you're videoing. If you're videoing yourself, you can see yourself. So it's kind of like a vlogging thing. Different kind of screen setup versus the tilt screen, a horizontal vertical tilt screen on the Z8. But some people, that's where I consider that a personal preference. Some people don't like the vari-angle screens. They think they're susceptible to damage. They're not as robust as the tilt horizontal and vertical on the Z8 and the Z9. And that's really personal preference. I'm not going to do any drop tests to tell you which is better. Not going to happen. Monitor adjustments, you have on a Z6 II, you have 11 manual brightness controls. You have 15 levels on the Z6 III and the Z8. You use the same battery in all 3 cameras, the ENEL15C, and we all hope that they're going to come out with an ENEL15D at some point to give us a little bit higher capacity in the same battery size. So let's hope that happens. Shots per charge, once again, a very argumentative thing. On average, they're all going to be as much SEPA ratings as high as 410, 420 shots per charge, but the SEPA numbers are always low. So you're going to get more than that unless you're someone that always leaves your rear screen on, it does not have your camera go in sleep mode and it's always turned on while you're walking around not taking pictures and you're never turning the camera off, then you're going to drain the battery sooner. That's just the way it is. But I think most people, if you make sure you always have a spare battery with you at all times, and you're not going to have a problem. The battery chargers, they all use the MH-25A. Like I said, the camera does not come with a charger. The Z6 III also uses an MH-30 IV. But the problem with that charger is it won't charge the original EN-EL15 batteries or the EN-EL15A batteries. So if you're going to buy a charger, get the MH25A, my opinion. Now we get into the size difference, okay? The difference in size between a Z6 III and a Z6 II is extremely minimal. The Z6 III is 0.2 inches wider. It's the same height, and it's 0.2 inches deeper. So that is really negligible. That really isn't much of anything. Now, if you go up to a Z8, that's when things change. You're talking a Z8 is versus a Z6 III is 0.2 inches wider, but it's 0.7 inches taller and it's 0.3 inches deeper. So that is a more significant increase in size. In terms of weight, Z6 to 6.2 is 21.7 ounces, the 6.3 is 23.7 ounces, and the Z8 is 32.1. So there's a big kick in weight right there. They all have sensor cleaning, you know, where you can shake your sensor to get dust off of it. They all have the dust off reference photo that you can take and go in and, you know, try to get rid of any dust that you have in an image. And surprisingly, your image area size, FX mode or DX mode, is actually slightly larger. I mean, really, really negligibly sharp, larger on the Z6 III than the Z6 II. And the Z8 being 45.7 megapixels is obviously much larger file sizes than either of the other two cameras. Your file format for stills, the Z6 II does 12 or 14-bit raw, lossless, compressed, or uncompressed. The Z6 III, the 6 III and the Z8 both do 14-bit raw, lossless, high-efficiency star, and high efficiency, okay, which is what we see in the Z8 and the Z9. You have, let's see. You have JPEG, fine, normal, and basic, which is in all the cameras. But on the Z6 III and the Z8, you also have the HEIF files in fine, normal, and basic. You do not have the HEIF function on a Z6 II. And obviously, because of that, you can do RAW plus JPEG and RAW plus HEIF on the Z6 III and the Z8, but you can only do RAW plus JPEG on the Z6 II. The viewfinders, best viewfinder on any Z camera, 5.76 million dots, 19 level brightness, 4,000 nits of brightness. You have DCI P3 gamut. And what that means is basically the DCI P3 gamut is really only relevant if you're shooting in HLG mode, is when you're going to see the benefit of that. You're not going to really see it too much for normal shooting. It's basically, think of it as showing you more tones and colors that you would have like if you were doing HDR. That's probably the best way of describing it. But you're really only going to see it if you're set up in a certain video mode. You're not going to really see much of a difference other than the brightness is a big difference that you'll see with stills. It has 120 frame per second refresh rate, and obviously the 6.2 and the Z8 both use the 3.69 million dot one with 1,000 nits on the Z6 II, but it's and which is a lot less than the 4,000 nits of the Z6 III. And you have only 11. You have 11 brightness control adjustments on the 6 II, but you got 18 on the Z8. But still, the Z6 III EVF is better than any of the Z cameras that are out there right now. Frame coverage is the same, 100% horizontal, vertical, 0.8x magnification. They all have diopter adjustments. They all have the eye sensor, so you take your eye away from the viewfinder. You can have it so that the image shows up on your rear screen if you set it up that way. And then when you put your eye back up to the viewfinder, the rear screen goes off. Shutter type 6.2, mechanical electronic front curtain. 6.3, mechanical electronic front curtain, and fully electronic. Z8 obviously does not have mechanical anything. It's all electronic. Frames per second RAW. 6.2 has 14 frames per second JPEG and RAW. 6.3 has 14 frames per second mechanical and 20 frames per second when you're using the electronic shutter shooting RAW. And the Z8 obviously does 20 frames per second RAW as well. We already talked the difference in the shutter speeds. 1/8,000th of a second mechanical, 1/16,000th with the electronic shutter on the 6.3, and 1/8,000th on the Z6 II, and 1/32,000th on the Z8. So I'm going to skip here. We got IBIS. There is a difference. The 6.2 and the Z8 are both 5-axis up to 5 stops, and the 6.3 is 5-axis up to 8 stops. And as we said before, it can react to a specific autofocus point like the ZF does. Flash sync is the 1/200th of a second on the 6.2 and the 6.3, and 1/200th to 1/250th of a second on the Z8. Your shutter release modes are all the same: single frame, continuous low, high extended, pre-release, and self-timer, with the exception of the Z6 II that does not have a pre-release capability. The frame rates are different, and I'm not going to dive into them because the ranges are set up different on each camera. But the bottom line is you can obviously go high extended on the Z6 III and get 20 frames per second electronic. And on the Z8, you have a low 1 to 10 frame per second and a high 10 to 20 frame per second. And you have the 14 frame per second max with the Z6 II. Now, the other thing that's interesting is you do have higher speed, higher frame per second rates in JPEG. You have 30 frames per second, 60 frames per second at full resolution on the Z6 III. And if you use the 120 frames per second, it's a 10.6 megapixel file. Most people round it up to 11. On the Z8, you got C30 and C60 at full resolution, which would be 45.7 megapixels. And when you go to 120 frames per second, it drops to 11 megapixels. And you do not have that capability on the Z6 II. So that's another big difference. They all have silent shooting. They all have matrix metering, center, spot, and highlight metering on all 3 cameras. The metering range is slightly better on the Z6 III and II are the same, -4 to +17 EV. The Z8 is -3 to set +17 EV. Exposure modes are all the same. Auto programmed, auto with flexible program P, shutter priority auto, which is S, aperture priority auto A, and manual M. User settings U1 to U3. The only difference is on the Z8, you don't have the U1 to U3 because you're using your shooting banks instead. Exposure compensation is the same on all 3 cameras, -5 to +5 EV. You have exposure bracketing on the Z6 III and the Z8. I'm not sure if you have exposure bracketing on the Z6 II. It did not say anything in the spec sheets about it. I would be surprised if it doesn't have it, but did not show up in the spec sheets. They all have exposure lock. They all have picture controls, although the picture controls may vary model to model because that always gets improved with the higher end models, have more features, but they all do have picture controls. Wasn't going to dive into every little picture control feature. They all have multiple exposure. They all do HDR overlays. They all do focus stacking. They all have flicker reduction. The Z6 III and the Z8 have high frequency flicker reduction that the Z6 II does not. The lowest standard ISO on the 6.2 and the 6.3 is ISO 100. On the Z8, it's ISO 64. I won't get into the rest of the ISO specs. other than the highest ISO is 204,800 on the 6.2 and the 6.3, and it's only 102,400 on the Z8, because the 24.5 megapixel cameras are set up for, obviously high ISO shooting. You have long exposure noise reduction on all three cameras, high ISO noise reduction, active D-lighting, bracketing, single point autofocus, dynamic autofocus, auto area autofocus for video is on all the cameras. They're all hybrid phase detect contrast autofocus with autofocus assist. Now, your detection range is where there's some confusion, what people are saying on other channels. They're saying, oh, the Z6 III can focus in the lowest light, and they're implying that is in normal settings. Well, according to their technical specifications and according to Nikon's website, that's not true. It has the lowest focusing capability if you are in starlight view. It's -10 to +19. The Z8 is -9 to +19. Your normal settings, the Z8 is -7 to +19, and the Z6 III is -8 to +19. And the big difference here on the Z6 II, you only have -4.5 to +19. So your Z6 III and the Z8, pick which one you like more. But technically, the brightest detection, the best detection range for low light is in starlight mode on the Z6 III. Z6 II's detection range is not very good compared to the other two cameras. Focus modes, AFS, AFC, AFF in video mode, plus manual mode, same on all three cameras. Focus points are 273 with the 6.2 and the same with the 6.3, but the Z6 II only has 2 subject detect modes, human and animal. The 6.3 has 9 subject detect modes plus 3D tracking, and the Z8 obviously is going to have more autofocus points with a bigger sensor. It's got 493, and it also has bird detection, which will probably migrate down, because I think the Z6 III came out, was probably being developed, and everything was being done on it before the bird subject detection was put into the Z9 and the Z8. Autofocus area modes, pinpoint, single point, dynamic area, small, medium, and large, wide area, small and large, wide area, custom 1 and custom 2, auto area 3D and photo, and subject tracking and video. That's on the Z6 III. The same on the Z8. The Z6 II does not have, technically doesn't have 3D tracking. Supposedly it does have tracking, but I don't think it's considered 3D tracking. It doesn't have the wide area custom mode 1 and 2. So it's got a lot less autofocus area modes. They all have focus lock. They all have VR. They all have autofocus fine tuning. The focus point VR that we talked about is only on the Z6 III. It is not on the 2 or the Z8. Flash bracketing is on each camera. X sync speed, 1/200th of a second. All the cameras, top high speed sync is all 1/8000th of a second. Flash control is all the same. TTL, ITTL, balanced fill, standard ITTL fill flash. Sync modes, Z6 III and Z8 are the same. Front curtain, rear sync, red eye reduction, red eye with slow sync, and slow sync off. What's strange is the Z6 II also has what they call slow rear curtain sync. So that's something that's different. Flash compensation is the same on all of them, -3 EV to +1. They all have the flash ready indicator in the viewfinder. They all have the same hot shoes. They all use the Nikon creative lighting system. The only camera that has a flash sync terminal is the Z8. They do not have it on the Z6 III. They do not have it on the Z6 II. White balance is the same between the 3 and the Z8, but on the Z6 II, they actually have 7 types of fluorescent adjustments where they only have 3 types on the other 2 cameras. White balance bracketing on all of them. Live view, obviously, on all of them. Movie metering is via TTL through the camera image sensor for video. That's the same on all of them. Maximum recording time. This is a big difference between the Z6 II and the Z6 III. Z6 II is 29 minutes, 59 seconds. Z6 III and the Z8 are 2 hours and 5 minutes. And if I remember correctly, I think you could actually go longer than that if you had an external hookup, external battery hooked up to it, because that 2 hour and 5 minutes is limited by the battery power in the camera, not necessarily by a self-imposed, timer function, within the camera. Movie file formats. Get into the movies. You've got MOV, which is Apple, and MP4 in the 6 II. You have NEV, MOV, and MP4 on the Z6 III and the Z8. And just for the people saying, what is an NEV? Well, NEV is the file format that is associated with NRAW on Nikon cameras. So if you're shooting video in NRAW, you actually get an NEV file. Stands for Neville, my last name, NEV. They named it after me. I'll take the credit. Video compression, that's a thing that is totally different on the Z6 III and Z8 versus the Z6 II. Z6 II only has H.264, which is for MPEG-4 8-bit files. And that was always a complaint about the Z6 II compared to the competition, was that it did 8-bit video and most people want 10-bit video. So the Z6 III as well as the Z8 do NRAW 12-bit, Apple ProRes RAW HQ 12-bit, Apple ProRes 422 HQ 10-bit. Now that 422 number stands for what they call color sampling, and without getting into a lot more confusion, there's 2 common types of color sampling. One, they call it 4:2:0, which is good quality and used typically for the 8-bit MPEG files, and then you have 4:2:2 sampling, which is 10-bit, which is used for the higher, the Apple ProRes 422 HQ and H.265 10-bit. So you can do H.265/HEVC 8 or 10-bit with the Z6 III, and H.264 AVC 8-bit as well. So that's the 8-bit is what you have in the Z6 II. Movie audio recording, you have linear PCM and AAC on the 6 II, and you have linear PCM, and they give you more specs like the kilohertz and the bit rate for video, 24-bit for videos recorded in NEV or MOV format, and the AAC is 16-bit for videos recorded in the MP4 format, and that's the same on the Z6 III and the Z8. Frame size, some of the frame rates you have on the Z6 III, go through all of them. You got 6K 60 NRAW, 6K 30 ProRes RAW, 5.4K 60 ProRes 422 or H.265, 4K 30 H.2.264, and you have oversampled 4K UHD 60 from 6K. And you have 4K 120 with a DX crop, and you have HD 1080 at 240 frames per second for a 10 time, crazy slow motion on the Z6 III. On the Z6 II, you only have 4K ultra high definition 30 frames and HD 1080 120. That's all you have on the Z6 II. The Z8, you got 8K 60 NRAW, 4K 120, 4K 60 ProRes RAW, 4K 60 ProRes 422. You have oversampled 4K 60 from 8K. You have 4K UHD 120 with no crop. Okay, the Z6 III has a DX crop, and you have HD 1080 at 120 frames, but you do not have the 240 frame rate that you have on the Z6 III. You have full HD movie mode on all of them. You have slow motion video on all of them. Your audio is basically the same on the 6.2 and the Z8, except on the Z6 III, you have what they call, we already mentioned it before, this line input mode that allows you to hook up external sound recording devices and input that information into your video by plugging into the camera. And I'm going to skip some of these. You got movie active D lighting, yes for everybody. Time code, yes for everybody. Movie log gamma output, yes for everybody. Movie E-VR is yes for everybody. Movie HDMI out is yes for everybody, although the Z6 III and the Z8 use full-size HDMI ports, and the Z6 II uses the smaller version. They all do movie focus peaking. They all do the zebras for highlights on movies. They all do that. They all do time lapse. They all do autofocus in their movies. N-Log and HDR, HLG video, which is basically like high definition. Yes for the Z6 III and Z8, no for the Z6 II. No waveform display on the 6.2, but you do have it on the 6.3 and the Z8. You now, with a firmware update, you do get the red record frame indicator on the Z6 II, but you didn't get it originally, and you have that obviously on the 6.3 and the Z8. You have a video record display zoom capability on the 6.3 and the Z8, but not the 6.2. You have extended shutter speed mode in manual and in shutter priority for the 6.3 and the Z8, but not for the Z6 II. You have dual format proxy video recording for raw video for the 6.3 and the Z8, but not the 6.2. You have extended oversampling and being able to view your recording via the I menu. You can do that, both those things with the 6.3 and the Z8, but not the 6.2. High res zoom, yes for the 6.3 and the Z8, no for the 6.2. Virtual horizon indicator on all of them. In-camera image editing, all of them. Image comment, firmware update, added that to the 6.2. You have that for all of them. Voice memo, you cannot do that on the 6.2, but you can do it on the 6.3 and the your interface, as I mentioned, 6.2 is USB-C, HDMI Type-C. 6.3 and Z8 is USB-C and HDMI Type-A, which is the full size. The audio inputs use the same jacks, except for the Z6 III that has the line. It does the line supported function that we've talked about like 10 times already. Audio out uses the same connector. USB connectors, the Z6 II has one that's for power. 6.3 has one that's for power, and the Z8 has one for power and one for data, which is what Roy likes, which he will not get on the Z6 III. None of them have Ethernet connectors. The only one that has a 10-pin remote is the Z8. They all have Wi-Fi. They all work with SnapBridge. They all have wireless connectivity. They all can transfer wirelessly to a PC. They all have Bluetooth. They can all save and load their camera settings on a memory card. They all have webcam utility compatibility. And amazingly enough, the operating environment, which I find is humorous, the operating environment for the 6.3 and the Z8 is plus 14F to 104 degrees. Humidity less than 85%, no condensation. However, the Z6 II was plus 32 to 104. So it did not have the same robust weather operating environment that it could work in. But I find these numbers to be funny because they always show the Nikon cameras being used in Svalbard, minus 40 degrees, out in the desert, much higher than 104 degrees. But in terms of, the warranty, I guess, it's plus 14F to 104F. If your camera fails in Alaska, I guess they're gonna say it's not covered. I don't know. They all have a battery power pack that you can get with the vertical grip. The Z6 II uses the MB-N11, which costs $396.95. The 6 III uses an MB-N14, which is $359.95. And the Z8 uses an MB-N12, which is $349.95. None of them have built-in GPS. You can get your GPS via SnapBridge if you use SnapBridge. The prices on these models are $1599.95 right now for the Z6 II, $2499.95 for the Z6 III, and currently $3499.99 for the Z8. They say that's a $500 off price, but I got a feeling that's going to be their. I don't think they're going to go back to $39.99. We'll see, but and that is it. I went through basically every feature on the Z6 III and compared it to the 6 II and the Z8. I will reserve my overall commentary till later in the show, and I want to let Chuck talk now because I know I'm pushing his time. Chuck, you want to add anything here?
No, I don't have anything to add to the moat right now.
Okay, I'll get us back where I can see everybody. And
Jeff,
back up.
without a doubt, you have the most comprehensive list of specs comparison that I have seen.
Yeah, and I'm out of breath.
Anyway, where's Chuck?
That was a lot.
Yeah, I lost Chuck and Roy's eating.
Oh man, but Randall, why don't you elaborate a little bit more on what you saw and what you think, and then we'll go up to Gustavo, and then we'll go to Roy.
Okay.
We'll start with Wayne. I'm going to go bottom top. Yeah. Wayne, you go first.
We lost the feed from Chuck.
Yeah,
he's somewhere there. I can hear it.
Oh, we lost Chuck. I think I got to shrink. Here we go.
Yeah, there exactly.
You go. Let's stay there.
I have to make everybody the size of a postage stamp. Why don't we start? Why don't we work from the bottom up for a change? I got Randall. You're at the bottom of my screen, so let's start with you, and then we'll go to Wayne, and then Gustavo, and then Roy.
All right. So I used the camera. I had like a total of 15 minutes with it, with two different cameras at different times. So everybody was competing for it. One was set up for media. The other one was set up for the video. The other one was set up for photos. I had no problem with the shutter, the buffer. I used my own CF Express card so I could take the images home. A couple of people had to go to the store and buy some, but they forgot to bring theirs. But we did have people that were in other camera systems that came to check it out, and they were impressed with the camera. It does have a new feature for a line in. So if you have an audio panel or something like that, it will take that. Like if you have, I'm trying to think of some of the devices that they're using now for live streams. But they got that portability. You hit most of it that I could think of. The ones I was more worried about was the overheating, and the only overheating I've ever heard was Gerald Undone doing the 4K 120
Don't look right now.
minutes. But that's about it. I liked it, the feel in the hand. I was pretty impressed. Yes, it's only a 24.5 megapixel camera, So I had old timers there that they wanted the more for the cropping. And, you know, if like Steve Perry said, if you set up the camera correctly, you don't have to worry about that. But anyway, the question was also asked about the Z7 III. He said it all depends on the marketplace. If they want it, they might, but he has heard nothing about it. But you know, they could say that all the time. I'm hearing some rumors about the Z7 III. Don't believe it yet. Uh, anyway, if you have the Z6 II and you're happy with it, if you're only doing live streaming, stay with it. If you want the added features, and I liked it, then buy the Z6 III. That's my personal opinion, and I'm going to get one. So I may not get the first batch around, but it'll eventually come. It's already paid for. I just have to wait for it. But that's all I'm going to say.
Okay, Wayne, we're gonna go to you now, Wayne.
I like it from what I've been seeing and the performance of it. It's something that definitely I wanted. If the Z8 was not around and that one came out first, definitely get it. My plan is to get one because for me traveling around in the last couple of trips, I've had to pay extra fees for my camera gear. Like coming to Mongolia now, I just left the Sony stuff, trying to avoid some of that. The lighter body and all the additional features in it similar to the Z8, not 100%, but close enough to do what I'm doing. So even shooting out, in the wilderness and so on, most of the stuff that I've been shooting when I shoot like the birds and so on, I put it like in crop mode to get like that extra, distance, and that's 24 megapixel. Granted, crop mode on this one is going to only drop it down to like what 10, 11 megapixels. So it's going to be slightly different. Forgive me, I'm looking on the TV here, looking at you guys. But as far as the video specs, and that's the big thing, the 6K RAW is going to be useful. You can crop down from that. Of course, the Z8 has 5.3, let's call it 5.4, similar to the Z6 III in RAW, but that's a DX crop. Having that as UHD instead of RAW, it makes it more useful. And I've always wondered why the Z9 didn't go all the way from like 1080p all the way up. They kind of skipped the 6K, but I'm guessing it's pretty much to leave that for the Z6 III. Photo size wise, it's great. To me, a lot of people say they want 120 megapixel. I mean, frames per second in RAW. I'm like, that's kind of way too much.
Yeah.
60 frames per second would probably be, a little bit because you have to code through these pictures, and they can get a bit tedious when you're doing all that. So it's a preference thing. You guys will shoot.
I can tell you right now, it's not something that I like to do even at 20 frames a second. When I can, if I don't have to, I don't use it at 20. But I use it when I feel the need is there. I'll use it. But I don't like to cull images. That's the least enjoyable part of my photographic journey is culling through images.
Yeah. And I've seen some guys on the Sony side when they want these more megapixels, it's because more frames per second because they can shoot a whole bunch of stuff and then pick the one that they want. But usually that's a whole spray and pray thing. And I'm like, no, you want to get the good stuff. But if you're shooting RAW, nobody wants to go through that much. But it is what it is. As far as body, when I saw the pictures on it, well, first the numbers on Nikon rumors, I'm like, yeah, it's going to be a bit thicker. And I think because I had the A7R5 and seeing what the A7R4 was, and had to go to support the extra video codecs, I knew it was going to be something that's going to be good to hold in the hands. So to me, because it's almost as thick as the Z8, was it 0.3 inch? I mean, it's close enough, but I think that, for those of us who shot DSLRs, you're going to feel a bit more comfortable with this camera because it's more beefy, not the thin thing that people used to complain about. It's too thin, it's too light. So I think overall, for people who are looking to upgrade from DSLRs, it'll be a good thing. For those who are looking for better, autofocus in video, because that's one of the things that I personally sold mine for. It's there now. It's Z8, Z9 type autofocus. And the stuff that it picked up from the ZF, it's just like making a killer overall camera. So for anyone looking at it, if you're interested, I also get it. If you can afford it, get it. If you still love your DSLR, it's up to you.
Yeah, the slightly extra size of the camera body addresses what some people complained about, where their pinky isn't against the body of the camera. The pinky would be underneath the camera body,
Yeah.
in a little bit awkward position because the body wasn't quite big enough. So now they don't. Now the pinky is happy. The pinky is on the body, and the pinky is very happy. So that's all I heard is the pinkies have it. The pinkies are very happy.
Let me throw one more thing. I don't know if you guys saw the video I put out there. I got some clips from the Nikon Japanese site when they did their video, and they show you all the different grips and what they went through to decide which one to go with. And somebody, I forgot who it was complaining about the clips when you open the door that it hit against the door. You know, the D ring. I mean,
D-ring.
dude, just put it out of the way. I mean, why is that really that big of a complaint?
Yeah.
Simply just
Move
move
it
it out
out.
of the way
Because you have to find something
to complain
that-
about.
something to complain about, no matter how insignificant it may be.
And Wayne,
Yes.
I did check on that one because on these loaners that they were giving, you have to
Yeah.
put your own card, correct? So you have to take the card out and take the card in. For me, it wasn't a problem. I actually have to purposely say, am I holding the strap up or the little thing up?
Yeah.
Or you take it off and you put a cage on it, and then you don't.
But it's not it was not an issue. I mean,
No.
I was able to put my card in and out without too much trouble.
Yeah.
So we have a question in here. I'll answer it because I know the answer real quick. I'll put it up on the screen. Is you have a sensor lock with the Z6 III that you did not have with the ZF. So you can be rest assured that the Z6 III does have a sensor lock, so the IBIS does not rattle. Even though I've never heard my ZF rattle when I'm carrying it around personally, but supposedly it does, and it will not do that. It will lock on the Z6 III. Obviously, the larger physical size of the camera body probably made it where they could lock it, so it does lock. And then I'll address something else that was stated about the surprising that the Z6 III could recover quicker when shooting or whatever. I think it was more of a buffer question. While the Z6 III is not going to buffer as quick because it's a smaller file than a Z8 or a Z9. So you're not comparing apples to apples. You're talking much smaller file sizes. So it kind of makes sense that you could sit there and lay your finger on the shutter for a long period of time and not have the buffer max out anytime soon, as they say.
And I say I use the CF Express E only in my camera, just like avoid the slow down, because I had it one time shooting, I think it was birds or something, and I was like, why is this thing like slowing down? The other card in there slows it down, so I just take it out. Oh, one more thing, Jeff, before I forget. There was an earlier question that someone had asked. Jonathan,
Yes.
the $1 million question, the electronic shutter on my Z6 II often has banding with artificial lights. Will this happen in the Z6 III? And I'll say no, because you can turn on the, what do they call it? Extended shutter? What is it called?
Well, usually there's an auto mode where the camera could select the type of shutter, because sometimes like a camera will use electronic shutter if you're shooting at too slow a shutter speed, because it doesn't want to have the shock of the mechanical shutter cause you to have cause a blurry photo. So if you shoot too slow, it might in auto mode automatically go to an electronic shutter, so it doesn't have any camera shake. But you usually pick which shutter mode you want to use from the menu.
No, this is talking more about the banding, and it is the electronic shutter. But remember, the Z8 also has the same feature now. The Z6 III gets it, where you can do like 100.3, 0.5, 0.7 for your shutter speed, and that will basically eliminate the banding. Now, I will say this: the auto mode works fairly well. At least in the Z8, you had like a 50 hertz and a 60 hertz setting you can do. But sometimes when you have mixed lighting, you have to go in and like manually tweak it to find that number, take a shot, and then look at it to see if the banding is there. So yes, the Z6 III has that, but you have to do a little bit of work for it to work. It's not automatic.
Yeah.
So that's what I heard, Wayne. And I think when Jonathan De La Rosa asked a question, actually, Jeff was
Yeah.
going through the specs of the frequency reduction, the frequency matching, if you want to call it. The only thing I heard, and I didn't test it, of course, was that in the Z8 and C9, you can tune to a specific frequency, dial that frequency, while in the C6 III is like in auto all the time.
No, I don't think that's what I read. I think it's the same thing.
The only thing I heard, and I didn't test it, of course, was that in the Z8 and C9, you can tune to a specific frequency, dial that frequency, while in the C6.
Okay, we got some back.
That was on mine, and I don't know why that happened because I didn't hit the play button.
Are you recording us, Wayne, and saving this for personal use or what?
No. When I was off screen here, I was hooking up the laptop to the TV screen because I had it on the Shinobi monitor in front of me, and it was kind of small to see like the text and stuff that was coming in. So I was moving things around. So you guys on the TV screen, sometimes you see me talking, and I'm looking at your face over here instead of the camera. And
So anyway,
hello, John. We got John in the house now, Mr. Ishii.
welcome, John.
Wayne, you got anything else to add, or you good?
I have to look it up, but I'm fairly sure what I read in there was that it does have the same type of system where you can choose a shutter speed,
okay.
so you can get rid of the band-in.
Yeah, you can fine tune it, but it's also auto. So they talked a little bit
Yeah,
about that. Yeah.
Yeah, as I was saying, the auto is there, but then you can go beyond the auto to manually shoot it. And the auto is auto and then 50 hertz, 60 hertz individually. And of course, if it's still giving you issues, then you can fine tune it.
Okay. Gustavo, what do you think, young fella?
Well, so I did have a chance to use it, and of course I did not. I mean, I used it for quite a while, for about an hour, but I was more interested to see how it feels, and also test it with different lenses, correct? Because I actually was more interested. My main objective, to tell you the truth, was to look at the EVF, correct? I wanted to compare the EVF with the Z8 and the Z9 EVF, right? And indeed, I can tell you, Jeff, it looks crisper. It looks very crisp, correct? So the EVF is for sure, I wouldn't say much better, but you can see, I mean, we were shooting here in Denver, full sunshine, middle of the day, and I mean, you look through that EVF, you zoom 100%, and it was fantastic, right? So indeed, the EVF is an improvement, right? Would I buy just for the EVF? Probably not, right? Now, with regard to the general feeling for the camera, I can tell you guys, for me, having a C8 and a C9, you grab it, it feels good. It feels like the Z8, correct? So you don't feel that you are handling something different. Now, obviously, when you have one of these loaner cameras, you don't have in the screen the type of details that, grid and everything that you have in your own cameras. But it didn't feel flimsy. It didn't feel cheap. Okay, it felt solid, and it felt, for me, familiar. Correct. They handed me the camera, and it was only shooting JPEG, and I wanted to test the actual lenses. So I asked the Nikon rep, hey, bring me this lens, and I changed the lenses myself. Correct. I can see that he was a little bit nervous because I was doing it like I normally do quickly, and he was like, okay. But it works fine, and it feels like a proper Nikon camera. Now, is it superior to the Z8 or the Z9? Probably not. But if I is a camera that somebody want to have a companion to a Z8 or a companion to a Z9, I think it would be a great camera, right? So it feels good. The EVF is fantastic. I am not in the market for that camera, so I will skip this one. My only interest on the camera will be, and I'm going to wait until there's some review, potentially for astrophotography, because I want to see some comparisons that we were discussing here on the ISO image quality, correct? How this having a larger, being only 24 megapixel, whether that provides some improvement with regard to the noise, correct? Because for the astro landscape, probably noise is the most important, correct?
Um,
So I think it's a great camera. It feels like a Nikon. All the layouts of the button is very familiar, correct? So I think I think they have a winner at that price range, correct? For all the video features that Wayne were mentioning, I didn't shoot any video. I was interested on the stills. It was good, and later on I show you some of the images so that you can judge by yourself. Shooting that model they brought into the session, correct? That's what I can say. So it looks like they have an excellent camera now.
I'm just going to sneak in this question, and then we'll jump to Roy, and then I'll give you my summation, and then we'll open it up for the QQQ comments afterwards from everybody. But question from Mike.
Can I give my 2 cents worth later?
Sure, you can. I'll let you give your 3 cents worth if you got an extra penny.
And Chuck.
Yes. Thank you.
So this question: does the current Z9 lose sales to the upcoming Canon R1 and Sony A9 Mark III, but not having released a new flagship camera? I don't personally think the Z9, the R1, there aren't not a lot of specs out on the R1 right now. It's all a very minimal amount of information, but it appears that it's going to more compete with an A9 Mark III for sports photography due to frames per second speed. It obviously is not going to have a global shutter unless their leaked information isn't correct. So I don't see a Z9. The Z9 is a camera that does, I think, everything well. You could do sports, it could do wildlife, it can do you could do macro, you could do landscape, you could do, because it does everything well. Whereas I think the A9 Mark III is definitely fine-tuned more for sports photography, meaning like track and field events, basketball, outdoor events. And it has a much higher ISO range. Okay, so it has some negatives associated with it. And the R1, we don't know enough about it. And I agree with Roy's comment that he made. Is right now I think the only thing hurting Z9 sales, and I don't have the figures. I don't know how many Z9s are being sold now, but I would agree that the only thing hurting the Z9 is the Z8. And then Roy, I'll let you go, and then we'll jump over to Chuck, and then go down to John, and then I'll add a little commentary, and we'll start asking. We'll go back and look and see if we have questions we have to answer, and see if people ask more questions. Go ahead, Roy.
Yeah, I've been talking to people that have had the camera for a few weeks, and they love it. It seems to be a fantastic medium-range camera. If you've got a Z8 and Z9, you probably don't need it. The new EVF is interesting. I notice it doesn't drop speed like the Sony does when you go to high frame rate. I wish it had a 10-pin connector.
Agree.
Since it doesn't have 2 USB that I wanted. But at least it hasn't got one of those mini micro piddly little SD cards.
Oh, I love that on my ZF, Roy. Don't insult that little. I love it. I love it.
I bet
I
you
love
do.
it when I drop it on the rug and I can't find it.
Yeah, but I think it's going to be a good general purpose camera. I can't see much wrong with it. No good for birders, but everything else, it's probably going to be great. Next.
Chuck, what do you got to say, buddy?
Okay.
You're buying one? First of all, you buying one?
No, I'm not going to buy one. I can see buying it just to get um, the the high speed, you know, zoom. It just it integrates that. Okay. Um, and I got a Z Z8 and a Z8 Z9 sitting over here, plus the two the Z6 and the Z6 II all on their own. I'm not. I got more like I'll put it to use if you know the Z9 eight comes on or something like that or whatever. Yeah, it'd probably be something I would be, you know,
I'll start swinging the camera around.
I'd fall to take it. Can you take it? You take this straight or
See, you have so many. You and Randall have so many Z's. That's why you guys sleep well.
well,
You
yeah.
got all these Z's.
Can you take Nikon's light or can you take Siemens? Hey Jeffrey,
Yes.
can you take my Z the stead God the six God
The original Z6 or Z6?
no just can you just take this off?
You're losing me.
Can you take the deacon off there? All right, never y'all the whole. Can you send it? Can you take the Z is the God?
You want to get rid of a camera?
No,
No.
are you? I'm just trying to get rid of some extra on here.
Oh, his picture. Yeah, he wants it bigger. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
God,
So
no,
Chuck,
no. Let's get rid of this. Get rid of the.
Oh, get rid of the question.
Yes.
Okay.
God.
There we go.
so Chuck,
Bad
so
question.
what do you think this does to the lineup?
Well, it does the great thing for new
Hi, Joey.
anybody that doesn't have a Z8 and Z9. So it's okay. Now you have is a good camera. It has good fuel or well, it has good stuff for like bergs. Okay. And everybody, I know somebody was complaining about that, but as long as, as long as oh God, and holding, well, it's okay.
It's got enough panache, as they say, to handle
Yeah.
birds for the most part.
But somebody said that using all the activations, you better your for birds than just with on.
That may come, but
It'll come. I mean, we went a long time with Animal Detect that worked very, very, very well.
exactly.
And all they did was fine tune it with the bird.
No, they said that it probably does okay.
Yeah.
It's so we're out of that
Yeah.
whatever it is. All right, I'm gonna shut up. So
Well, I just want to say hello to Joey because I didn't say hi to him officially. So hello to Joe. And where are
Hi
you?
guys.
Where are you?
Wouldn't
like
you like
he's
to know,
on-
Are you
Weatherboard?
like
Kidding, no.
watching windows or something on
No,
a
I'm just
building?
I'm outside my apartment.
Oh, okay.
Just hanging out. Yeah, no, I got downtown back there.
I thought you were on one of those lifts and you were going to start washing windows.
I mean, my rates would be very high. I mean, I definitely know what I'm doing, and I'm not scared of heights. Yeah, gonna put in that window work. But no, if I could just throw in just a quick thing on Z6 III, I love that it came out. I think my only concern is the price tag. You know, it does a lot. I'm not saying that it doesn't, but for people that are kind of wanting more of that, like, not really entry level, but just past entry level sort of body that's getting a bit more, a bit more specialized and having more features, it just seems a bit high. Like, I could buy two S5 II bodies used for the same price as the Z6 III. I mean, the Z6 III's got some features that the S5 II doesn't, but, for me, it still would have been a little bit rich for my blood.
John, what do you have to say, my friend?
I just want to, Gustavo, he poisoned me.
Ah,
I got a beef with him.
okay,
Uh-oh.
go for it. Aha. What is it? Put it big.
Oh, he bought, we know what he bought.
Ah.
You know what
Because
that is.
Gustavo showed me, he says, oh, this is what you got to get.
He bought the 600. He bought the 600. The PF.
Wow.
Gorgeous.
Okay. Now I want to see those
Good
animals.
choice.
No, it's a fantastic.
Oh, man,
one.
hey, I'm really impressed. This thing it's light and it's just elegant as hell, man.
So, John, you have been
Thank you,
around the block.
Gustavo.
You have been around the block many years, correct? Correct.
Yeah.
Like me. So imagine. I mean, I'm sure that in your professional career you handle the 600 F4 G and the all those that came in the big metallic boxes, correct? Imagine
Yeah,
that.
that's why I got my knee replacement, because I was carrying around
Exactly.
an old, AFS 400 2.8 that, oh my God, that thing must have weighed 20 kilos.
Exactly. And now you have that little beauty, and
Yeah,
then you can handheld.
oh,
Now
she's
we
sweet.
expect you to get the two-headed giraffe shot with that.
So I named my lens Gustavo.
Stop.
He made me do it.
He made me do it. See, this
Yeah.
channel is very good at spending other people's money.
Oh my God,
We're very good at making people spend money. I know I've made Randall spend some money.
So let me tell a secret here to Mr. John. I also got me a plana because of you. So I will call the plana John.
Now he's a planner boy.
I love how you guys are blaming each other for these purchases.
Exactly.
Like, you made me do this. You infected my
you're a
mind
bad
with
person.
this gear.
Well, it all
Okay.
started with Chuck. Chuck was like going through the Nikon Z hit list on us all, and Chuck was getting us all buying Z cameras. So he started it. So I'm just going to blame Chuck because it's
Exactly.
that's where it started.
Oh, you guys.
Thought
The,
he
uh,
was
My
working
2
for
cents worth
Nikon to
on
drive up
that
sales.
Z6 III. I think it's inches short. It's bad. What can you say, right? It is super bad camera for the price point, and it's just over the top. And then they throw in this like partial what do you call it? Partial what?
partially stacked sensor.
Partially stacked. Is that like I think I saw that in Playboy one time, partially stacked.
Partially
You know, and then it's like being half pregnant. You know, either you are or you're not, right?
Exactly.
I think my wife thinks my brain is sometimes partially stacked.
Exactly. So when they mentioned partially stacked, I go, oh my God, I don't know what. So I was quite shocked about that, and apparently it kind of does what it's supposed to do with you know, a lot less cost, right? You know,
Yeah,
so
I think,
for
yeah,
the price point is great. Am I going to buy one? No, because like the rest of you guys, you know, I got too many Z cameras already, and I just wouldn't use it. You know,
You can,
I have it hard enough using what I got. But I think for the general public, this thing is killer.
the next Z that you buy, you got to buy an old Datsun 240Z or something like that.
Yeah.
That's the next.
Well, yesterday, you know, Diane and I went to the camera shop and we dropped $30,000. So
well, if you buy the Z6 III with the God,
Jeffrey, it's a game changer.
Oh no, not that word, game changer. No. Oh, that's a word I hate. I hate that word.
Kind of works though.
Oh man, I hate that word.
So everybody was
It's
saying
changed.
that the $2,500 kind of like blank hole for Nikon. Nikon filled it. They didn't take anything away. They just added stuff. So it's better than what I consider the A7 IV or the what is it? The Canon
R6 II.
R6 Mark II, and I have the R6 Mark II. So
I think it's better than anything that's currently on the market. We know the A7 V should be coming in the next few months, and that may surpass it. But for now, it is the top camera compared to anything else in this price point.
I'm going to give you my quick summary here, and then we're going to go and see if we can find questions on there. And then I encourage everybody to put the QQQ in the chat. We could try to answer now. Obviously, none of us are famous enough, other than Mr. Ishii. I'm surprised, you know, Nikon didn't give him a camera to try out, but
Yeah, I
or Roy and John should have at least gotten a camera. But someone at my level, you know, they just look at me and say, "Wishful thinking, buddy. You ain't getting nothing." But anyway, my opinion is that if no, actually, I gotta.
uh-oh.
Well, so you guys heard me talking for a long time. Obviously, I have a Z9. I got a ZF. So I said, well, you know, someday I want to get another mirrorless that would be my second body, something that I would use if my Z9 had crapped out. I would be putting my 500 PF on my D850, and I still have my D850. And so I said, well, you know, I talked about, should I get a refurb Z9? Should I get a Z8? Then this camera comes out, and so this camera comes out, and obviously I won't tell you how many hours I spent putting together that spreadsheet, but it was a heck of a lot more than I wanted to spend doing that spreadsheet. And a lot of the problem is, if you go and you read through Nikon's technical specifications, their own technical specifications do not talk about all the things that are in these cameras. You figure you're reading the tech specs, you know, a lot of those tech specs don't say, oh, the camera does focus stacking, oh, the camera does pixel shifting, oh, the camera, it's just not in there. You know it does it, So I had to spend a lot of time finding other sources for information. And Mozman was nice enough. I was on the phone with him, and he owns a Z6 II. So I had a bunch of questions that I was loosey-goosey on the Z6 II, and he had the camera in front of him, and he was able to answer my questions. But to make what I presented more accurate, I'm not going to say it's 100% perfect, but it's probably pretty darn close. Now, my overall opinion is that if you're a Z6 II owner and you wanted to upgrade, but a Z8 is a little too much for you, this is making the assumption that you were looking to upgrade. A Z8's too much, therefore a Z9's too much, and you say, is the Z6 III worth it? When you're looking to maybe change anyway, then the answer is a definitive yes. It's a no-brainer if you want to change. If you're out there and you got a D850, same thing. You had a D850, you want to do mirrorless, you go, well, I don't, the Z5 isn't enough for me. I didn't get into the Z6 I and the Z6 and the Z6 II didn't do it for me. The Z8's too much. The Z9's too much. Well, now I'm just going to say your camera has arrived. Okay, if you're going to switch to mirrorless and you want to stay in the Nikon ecosystem, then I can highly recommend, based on everything that's been talked about, based on the specs, that if you don't have a mirrorless camera at all and that price point doesn't make you go into convulsions, then I would highly recommend that camera. And if you're a Z9 or a Z8 owner and you want a second body, that would be a good option as well. So for myself personally, I found myself trying to decide whether I wanted to go that route or not. And obviously, one of the bigger conversations on this camera, and Chuck will agree with me, one of the bigger issues on this camera is 24.5 megapixels enough? Because there is a group of people that wanted to see 33 or 36 megapixels on this camera. Obviously, that didn't happen. Wanted to have a little more ability to crop. And so shooting what I shoot, and what Gustavo shoots, okay, we shoot the same stuff, is okay. If I'm shooting small birds, you got to crop. You could be one of these guys that say you never crop, but you're a liar. If you're shooting small birds, you're cropping. Okay, if you're an honest person, you're cropping, and you're not going to be able to crop much with the 24.5 megapixel camera. Now, Steve Perry, when he did his review, he had to address that issue from a birding photographer point of view. Is 24.5 megapixels enough? And the answer is obviously one of those yes and no, or yes it is, no it isn't. He said you have to look at maybe changing your approach in the field, where you need to get a little closer to your subject. But sometimes you can't. Sometimes you can't. And when you're talking small birds, if there's any bird species that is quick to leave the territory, it's a small bird. A big bird, you could probably almost sit on the doggone thing and it ain't going to go nowhere. It's going to give you a free ride. You talk a little bird, you get too close, it's gone. You lose the opportunity. So getting closer, yeah, that's something that, is a true statement, but you can't always do it. And then the other comment was pick the right lens or use the right lens. That is true as well. But not everybody has say four or more choices with long glass to switch to, depending on their subject matter. Some people only have one long lens. Some people only have one zoom lens. Not everybody has enough lenses to say, oh, I'm using the 24.5. I'll put the 800 on because I'll be good with that. Not everybody can afford the 800 lens. Okay. So it's a true statement, but it's kind of like giving Nikon an out a little bit. So, I mean, so I had to decide what I wanted to do. So what I decided to do is I went the Gustavo route. Now I get to blame Gustavo on something. I kind of went that Gustavo's going to get beat up by
Exactly.
John and myself and anybody else who wants to join the club. Is I had to decide what to do. So, okay, do I get a Z9 refurb? Do I get a Z8? Well, with the quote unquote $500 off on the Z8, I traded in my 500 PF and I bought a Z8. So I got the Z8. I just got it delivered at 7 o'clock Eastern time tonight. I haven't even opened up the box yet. And I'm not really going to use it right away because what I did is I traded in my 500 PF. So I have to wait for Nikon to evaluate it and make sure they're going to give me what they said they were going to give me. And if they do, then we're good to go. If they try to shyster me a little bit too much, then this camera is going to get sent back, you know. But anticipating I'm going to get what they said. I will have a Z8 in my repertoire, and I went that way because for what I shoot, I want that extra ability to crop the image. I don't want to be compromised in that area. If I did not do bird photography, no, the Z6 III, I wouldn't think twice about it. It's a great camera. And if you're more of a casual bird photographer or a beginning bird photographer, man, you're not going to be unhappy with that camera. You're going to be happy with that camera. And then as you grow, your needs may change, and then you may want full frame. You may not, but who knows? By then, maybe they'll have an APS-C camera out. Who knows what they're going to do with that? But I know Roy's anxiously awaiting for a Z500 or a Z90 or whatever you want to call it. He's
he wants to see one. Hey, before we continue with this, I'm hearing all these birthday issues here.
Oh, John, your birthday?
And I know these two guys, they have the same birthday, correct?
Yes.
Yep.
That's why
Same day,
so there's
same
some
year.
inside information that we're handling here.
Ah. So did you guys buy each other a gift or what?
No chance.
And Jeff, please don't call your camera Gustavo, please.
Roy, you were just so ready, locked and loaded with that. You were like, whatever he asks, the answer is no.
Oh, Gustavo.
I think Roy could have been. He might be older than me by a couple hours. I'm not sure exactly when he was born.
And Jeff, people were expecting, now that we all the older guys, I would not say wiser, but the older guys have spoken, there was some request for Joey to express his opinion on the Z6 III.
Joey, go ahead. You got any opinion other than it's a little more than you thought it should be?
I think aside from that, it's really good. And I mean, to the point you guys made, it does address the exact spot in the lineup where they were kind of needing to do some fill-in. And I mean, yeah, if I owned a Z8 or a Z9, would I go and buy a Z6 III? No, definitely not, right? Like, I think it's for a very different shooter. I'm thinking someone intermediary that's not 100% photo focused, right? They might be wanting something for more hybrid use. So maybe it's a new wedding photographer that's trying to do videography and doesn't have enough money to get two bodies, right? I think that camera would be great for that. The slow motion video, awesome. Some of the video features are great, like the fact that you can do ProRes RAW internal, like that's really, really cool. And the N-Log is a great, flat color profile to edit from video as well. So yeah, I think if I stuck with Nikon, I would definitely would have picked one up. My only piece on the price was, I do my camera stuff on the side. I'm still saving up for my house and all those kinds of things. So the idea of dropping a ton on a body is just something that I wouldn't do right away, right? So
Joe, you don't need a house, man. You really don't.
Doesn't stay in his apartment forever. Oh man,
you need a camera, man. You don't need a house. Heck with the house. You don't need a house.
But the other thing is though, like I think I had to maybe put in maybe $600-700 when I got my S5 II, like I literally just sold my Z6 and all my glass, and I financed pretty much all of it for the most part. And I was just so happy not to be fighting my autofocus anymore, because sometimes, when I'm shooting videos, I gotta run 2 cameras, and I was shooting just my little ZV-1, and I thought, oh, I can just leave the Z6 over here, and it didn't pan out too well. So I think as well for the autofocus issues, the Z6 III is awesome. So yeah, anyways, that's why I think that it's
So
I think
Joey,
overall good camera.
because you were a very avid user of the Z6, correct? It would be good if when you go to the camera store, if they do one of those events, that you go and compare it, correct? Because you will still have it in your brain using the old Z6, correct? And now
Oh
you
yeah.
can.
Yeah.
That would be great for you to do.
Yeah, no, I'd like to do that. I'm actually just borrowing some gear from them for a shoot I'm doing on Monday. So maybe when I go into the shop to drop off the loan gear they gave me, I can maybe ask them, because yeah, that would be really cool. I'm definitely loving my S5 too, but one of the things I loved about my Z6 was just how it felt in the hand, and how the buttons felt, because coming from like a Fuji where there's dials and knobs for everything, the Z6, I thought I was going to be a little bit like
Lost the connection at mine.
confused. So it was really good.
I'm gonna go backwards through the chat, and as I see something, an interesting comment or question, I'm gonna throw it up on the screen. Yeah, good point from Jeff and Leslie. Even with long glass, it's not always possible to get closer with wildlife. They play by their own rules, not ours. Yes, that is
Exactly.
100%. If you think you could control the narrative as a wildlife photographer, go take up golf instead. Doesn't happen that way. Anybody got a 1200 millimeter lens? Well, if you put enough TC, if you put a big enough TC on it and you go in DX mode, you'll be over that, right, Gustavo?
Or a 600 with a 2x.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah,
Yep.
there you go. Right?
Glass in the Hubble.
Yeah.
I got 1000 and 1200 lens.
And it shoots very well. It works very well with that one that John has. You see, Chuck is doing a demo.
Wait a minute. That's your 2X, Chuck?
Yep.
There you go.
It works very well with that 600 PF, I tell you. At F13.
Yep.
Incredible. That we shoot at F13 with good image quality. Living in the modern world.
Man, that's a big lens. Like, when you go to like a Canadian Tire or a Bass Pro Shop, they've always got that one hunting lens for like 2 different mounts, and it's made by like Bauer or something, and the thing's just like as long as a baseball bat. That's what that looked like.
I like Albert's comment here. This is referring to the -10 EV capabilities in starlight mode for the Z6 III, saying he doesn't need it since his life is dull and he doesn't have the luxury of going to exotic areas across the world. You will not be shooting bats in caves anytime soon.
Albert's not Batman.
But maybe you could find Batman and find him in the Bat Cave. That might have lighting though. That might be lit up pretty well. And let's see. Let's see. I'm trying to. Yeah, the USB port on the Z6 III is for power. Which is great if you're doing long videos. With you could obviously plug in a power bank to it and shoot for an extended period of time. Let's see if.
Hey guys, I got to run here. My it's getting a little.
Joey, wait! I'm going to show some images on the Z6 III. Take it with the Z6 III.
Okay, I can stay for like 5 more minutes. It's starting to get a little windy.
let's show the images here, Jeff.
Which one you want me to show? The one that you sent me earlier, the young lady.
I think I'm sharing. Yes.
That
So
one.
yes. So I'm
Yeah.
going through. Part of this Nikon USA PR. They have been doing this event, correct? So I attended one of the events today, and I was able to look at the different lenses, different cameras, correct? And they have this model there for me to shoot. Now, disclaimer, you guys know me. I am not a people shooter, correct? So this is out of my realm of skills, correct?
I hear you don't like people at all, but you still come on the show.
Well, that's true. So here we got this is in Photoshop. I opened them. I will show some images here of this lady both in JPEG and in NEF, correct? Which you can already use in Photoshop, no problem with that, correct? So this is one of the JPEG photos. I believe this was shot with the and we can check. Let me go here and I can tell you exactly how this was shot. So we go for fine info. You can see here. Let's put the fine info here. So this was shot with the Z6 III. On this was taken with the Plena, but this is the one of the JPEG, right? And it was in outside the camera shop, correct? So in Denver, very contrasting light. She was in the under the shadow of the awning of the camera shop, correct? So I shot it wide open. Yeah. So you can see this is your regular. So this will be the regular output that you get with that one. So let's go to the next image here. So this is another image. Again, I believe this is also with the. This is another JPEG with the Plena. Actually, no, this was taken with the 85.
8512.
Yes.
Yep.
So out of the JPEG, this is one of the ones that I like the best, right? Of the photos. Then I went and changed the camera into RAW because I actually like shooting RAW, as you guys know, right? And I tell you, the files in the RAW files were excellent. So let me zoom in here so you can see. And again, going back to the 24 megapixels, correct? If you are shooting, let's say, where you can control the distance to your subject and you don't have to crop much, which is not the case for wildlife, I mean, this will produce excellent files, right?
Yeah, I'm amazed personally. When I use my ZF when I've used my ZF and even taken JPEGs with the ZF, I'm shocked how good those files are out of the camera there, and that's without any changes to picture control settings. They're absolutely mind-boggling. They're really, really good.
So, and this was taken. Look at the info here. This is with a 50 millimeter 1.2, correct? So I was more concentrated on, as I said to Albert, looking at the EVF and also trying all these lenses, which are not in the type of lenses that are typically used, correct? So let me show you a couple of more images here.
How far were you away from the model, Gustavo?
Oh, just maybe, I don't know, I would say 6 feet away or something like that.
Okay.
Right? I mean, so this image here, let's look at the info here. This is taken with the 50 millimeters 1.2. Right?
Another good lens.
All these lenses, I mean, and that was, I tell you, these lenses are all fantastic, right? I mean, you can see the one eye here. I was shooting in many cases very open. You can see the camera have focus on this eye, correct? And so, I mean,
the eyes have it.
Exactly. I mean, John, you're talking about shooting the DNA, correct, of the hair. I mean, you can see, right? I mean, it's fantastic. Right? Now, again, I apologize. You know, this is not my this is not my normal skill, but I can. The last couple of pictures here, I think these were taken with the planner. These are all.
See, that's the I got a headache shot. Oh, my head. Oh.
Exactly.
It's
mean-
got etc. written all over it.
Yeah, that's the etc. shot.
Exactly. Hey, and actually, my favorite feat of this set was this one.
Yeah.
Hands
So-
are difficult.
Yeah, but you can see this is not what I do, correct? But I mean, you can see this. This is with the planner, John. This is with the John.
With the John
Wow.
lens. So you're
Wow.
gonna yeah. So you're gonna name your Plena John,
Exactly.
since he's
Atlanta
gonna.
boy too.
Yeah. Like, so you can crop in and it still looks good. I used the 85
Oh man,
in the planet.
every
mean,
strand of hair, Gustavo, you can see.
Yeah, it's sharp. And this
Look
is
at
a JPEG.
Look at that bouquet.
So I did it.
Yeah,
in
the lens for that camera is great.
yeah.
I mean,
I
John.
look at the colors. It was. I had no problems. Now I was shooting like 3 at a time. Did you do that, or were you just doing 1?
No. You know me. I put it in 20 frames per second and
Oh, okay.
let it go.
So did you get any banding then? When
No,
you
I
set-
didn't see anything.
Okay.
But
they
I
had
don't
to set
think,
it correctly. Okay.
I don't think, and this was in the electronic shutter. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, you can. I actually was obviously very impressed with the camera, right? But this should answer the question: are you going to get great quality of this image? Probably I am here shooting. Right? Let me see. You see?
Yeah, it's still sharp. And yeah, look at that.
Oh my God.
See, it's a 24.5 megapixel camera. If you set up your camera correctly, you don't really need to crop. But
Well, you don't. The only time the 24.5 megapixels becomes an issue is if you do very large prints. I'm talking bigger than 16 by 20, bigger than 16 by 24, or you're shooting birds. If you're doing street photography, portraits, weddings, vacations, family photos, casual birding, with this camera even better than casual birding because of all the subject detection options and the speed, you're good. I mean, you're good. I mean, the only time you may wince a little bit is if you're doing small subjects, and you know, let's face it, the number of people that do somewhat, serious wildlife photography is a very small percentage of photographers, very, very small percentage. So, I mean, the Z6 III is going to be well, obviously you're finding out. I mean, almost everybody has a camera on back order. There are some, I went and I looked at 5 different camera shops. Some still said pre-order. Service Photo in Georgia said cameras on back order. Paul's Photo in California, I talked to Maz about it. I says, gee, I can't believe he charges a $500 deposit on any of his stuff that you're trying to get the camera. B&H and Adorama just say, pre-order. But, more than likely as Maz, as Tim told me, he says, well, probably once the ship date hits, then the pre-order button is probably going to come up with a statement that says that they're all on back order from everybody. Because it sounds like they're really selling them like crazy.
And the files were very easy to work. And Chuck, the only thing is, when I shoot now this JPEG and the RAW, I still like the RAW better. Correct? So
No, a lot of this camera is not. This is for people that are looking for the better God, if I could get all of it out. You know, he gets better focusing, and that's it. Really, you know, maybe a better the
That's most things better.
pickers, and yeah, they're okay. There anything here that would make me want to, you know, unless I just want to just, you know, spend the more money, go ahead. But yeah. Anyway, it's this thing is out by a lot of people are going to buy it, and for a lot of different good reasons, but you know, not me. It won't be not this way.
Yeah, I think if you have a Z9 and a Z8, I mean, you're more than likely not gonna buy it. If you got just a Z9 or a Z8 and you really need a second camera, then you don't want to spend the money that you spent on those, then you may do it. But
you're in the not about any. There isn't enough, you know, to get me to go. I'm gonna buy it. Yeah. Okay.
yeah.
Hey guys, I gotta run. Great seeing y'all.
See you, Joe.
Bye guys.
Later, Joe.
Stay out of trouble, man.
Never.
Never.
Now we can talk about Panasonic.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to ask you about the S9, but
No, we don't want to get them upset.
I think he liked it. So,
Yeah.
you know, with the Leicas, it's the same thing. They don't have video; they just take pictures. So that's what I thought the S9 was for.
That's because they're broken.
Video, that's it. So.
Now back to the ugly people here.
Yeah, I'm just looking back through the chat here and seeing if I see anything that we need to answer. Let's see.
I've had that done too.
Okay.
I dropped a couple things in the panel chat.
Okay. This question I laugh at because personally I think the sensor cleaner doesn't work worth a darn.
They never did. They just vibrate the lens to annoy you.
Yeah, well, it moves the dust around and it lands on a different part of your sensor, but it's still in there. Let's see. Let me go
Shutter
back.
guard tips is bad.
Okay, so Wayne, you had in here. Mike Farwell was asking if anybody had the Tamron 28-75, and I think
Yeah,
that Randall responded to that.
and it does have VR. So
Let's see.
It's a good value lens, but it's probably not quite up to the Z standard, but a very good value lens.
Yeah, we did answer the question if it does lock the IBIS locks. It does, according to the specs. It does lock according to the when Nikon did their presentation, when the camera got announced, the gentleman doing the talking made a point of stating that it does. The IBIS is locked when you power the camera down. Let's see. Let's see what else is going to say here. Oh, my dog is whining at me. Let's see.
are cameras dust free, or you just put them out?
What's that?
Your cameras and lenses.
Yeah.
The question was, do you keep it out dust free like you do in the back, or you have a glass case trying to keep the dust off of them?
I have a drop cloth that I hang down to cover up the front, and I eventually I have some cameras that are in. I have some cameras that are in plexiglass,
There you go.
and eventually they'll all be in plexiglass. So
That
I
sounds
won't.
great.
I
Should
won't
put
have
some
to-
silicon pads in
Now,
them.
the cameras that we use in the field, we try to keep them free, but they are not.
Guys, I'm going to keep it going. Go through.
And say that
See,
again.
give me a second. I'm going to go through about 3/4 up, and I'm not seeing any. Talking about the Z6 III body, it is magnesium, and I think the composite material is a little different than what's in the Z8 and the Z9. I think it's a different type of composite material, but still very very much so a pro level body in terms of construction. So
I think it's the same, Jeff.
don't worry
Cerebral, or
about
whatever it's
that.
called.
Yeah, it's the same as the Z8. It's just not plastic. It's just
Cerebral, or whatever they call it.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Now, if you guys could talk about is, okay, I went through most of I think we hit most of it, unless there's people that are adding to that add more questions in here. I will start a discussion. I will start a discussion where you guys can all fight about it while I'm going to get something to drink and let the dog out. Is talk about the supposedly soon to be announced 35 millimeter f1.4 instead of a f1.2 lens. And I'll let you guys argue about that and discuss that. But the rumors are it's not going to be a 1.2. It's going to be a 1.4 lens, probably due to cost issues, because Canon came out with a 35 1.4, which is like $1,500. And if Nikon was going to come out with a 1.2, that might be twice as much. Maybe they rethought their marketing scheme and said, well, if other people are coming out with a 1.4, then we'll come out with a 1.4 and price it lower, or price it better. So I'll let you guys pick up on that part of the conversation.
Yeah.
I'll be back in about 5 minutes or less.
Hey, whoa. Get rid of this. You want to get rid of this dead?
Oh yeah, get rid of the label. How
Thank
well
you.
does the camera sensor cleaner?
Yes.
You see, he's still the director.
There we go. See, you know, he's still bossing me around just like he did when I was on his show.
Exactly.
But I love the man immensely. Let me tell you.
Exactly.
So
So John, you asked about the ISO. So Jeff, you can go.
okay, I will be back quickly.
Because I was shooting outside, correct? Under the awning of the camera store. So I was shooting at very low ISO. So all of these were taken with ISO 100, correct? And I was trying to test mostly all these very good lenses wide open, correct? So I think most of them were shot either 1.8, 1.2, 1.6.
I think it still could be a 1.2.
Wow. I think so too, Roy. And
I hate the 1.8. 1.8 is a piece of rubbish.
Yeah,
I think the 1.4 would be fine.
Yeah,
no, it would be fine, but
no big deal as long as it's small and light. Has to be small
Yeah.
and light for the street photographers.
See,
I think it's going to be bigger than the.
monster. So 1.4, and then the fall off. So you have to be closer to the individual at 35. So I think that's a good choice.
yeah, but the 1.2 would make more of a statement, in my
Yeah,
opinion.
but it's just showing off, really.
Exactly.
Well,
I
like
mean, for like the Z mount, from what they were saying, and that, the planner, 1.8 still works pretty good for that. So 1.4 would be fine. 1.2, while nice, it's going to make the lens huge and heavy.
yeah.
1.4 to 1.2 is 50% bigger lens. Lately, it's
Yeah.
been much bigger than that.
Yeah, we have to see, we know what the 1.8 looks like, what the 1.2 comes out, or 4. We'll see what that looks like. Because I would like to get one for video use, but we'll see.
But I tell you one thing, Wayne. I mean, again, I don't shoot that range, correct? But
Hmm.
today on that 50 1.2 and the 85 1.2, man, I was impressed with those lenses.
Makes you want to get one, right?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, but he doesn't do that. He does animals or birds. Yeah.
Exactly. But no, I'm okay with my John, correct? So for the time being, that but those so that for that reason, I think, like Roy was saying, bragging rights and keeping pushing the envelope.
Yeah.
I would I would prefer. And actually, early in the conversation, Robert R was talking about the the fact that he's looking at this lens potentially, particularly if it's a 1.2 for astro landscape, correct?
Yes.
But when you shoot at 1.2, you still go at like f5.6 to 8 for
Yeah.
that lens and landscape.
And it's still faster.
Yeah, but he Robert R was interested on the he was interested on this for astro, so he was
Ah,
obviously so he was trying to get at 35 millimeters, okay? Maximum amount of light. And I
mhm.
think David Stewart was telling that the 20 millimeter 1.8
8.
is only 2/3 of a stop different. But
Yeah.
but I still think the 1.2. I mean, having a look, guys. I mean, when we talk about these lenses, correct, exotic, correct. I remember when I started photography now 30, 40 years ago, correct? We knew that the ideal lens was a f1, correct? A lens that basically is able to transmit into this film or the camera as much light as uh, uh, as it was
If possible.
as you are getting, correct? I mean,
Hmm.
you almost lose no light in the process into
That's a T1, not an F1.
exactly correct. But so these lenses, the NOC 0.95 or this 1.2, those are incredible lenses.
Mm.
I mean, no wonder they can shoot in the dark, correct? I mean, they probably have such a fantastic uh, uh, light gathering capacity, correct?
Yeah.
And that's why, I mean,
I think the bigger thing is that they're usable wide open. There's a lot of
exactly.
Yes.
very fast lenses have never been good wide open.
Yep.
But I could tell you, using that Z6 III, I could see through the EDF that I was, in the that I was focusing on this lady in one eye, correct? When I was shooting wide open.
Mm.
So the combination of these beautiful lenses with the modern EVF, I mean, you could really see in with my bad eyesight that I was actually getting these tiny depth of field, correct? And everything was perfectly in focus.
Yeah, and you want manual focus in it, so that's a good thing. I know John got the, what is it, F1? Was it is it 0.95 or F1, John? The Leica you have? I forgot.
Nikon used
Zero
to make
point
an F1 lens.
It's a
zero
9.5.
zero 0.95.
Yeah, and it's pretty decent wide open.
It's okay. It's
Very expensive.
it's very very expensive, and your hit rate
It needs
is
AF.
less than 5%.
Yeah, so throw that in a Z6 III where you can see things better. I think, well, that would help some, but I think the bigger thing, at least for me, one of the reasons why I get rid of the 58 1.4 is the focus throw. You didn't have as much fine detail, and that's why I like the Otus lens, because you have so much throw in it to fine tune where you can get the focus locked in. without, like, if you go slightly left or slightly right, you're out of focus. You may have to move back a little bit, move back, or move forward. And that Otis, it's just like turn, 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 but it's not a stiff lens, and that was a really nice thing about that. So it's what, 1.4, but you imagine if you have like a 0.95 with that much of a throw on it for the manual focus or autofocus, then it'll be better.
So Jeff,
Jeffrey, open that box, man. You're killing me.
so Jeff, what do you think
No,
about
I don't do.
Unboxing.
Do a live
What's
unboxing.
that?
Do a live unboxing.
No.
I was asking
Everybody
about,
knows what a Z8. Everybody knows what a Z8 looks like.
I didn't know that you didn't have one. I thought you already had one.
No, just the 9 and the ZF.
So how do you like handle? Oh, you haven't opened it up yet.
You haven't opened it yet.
Yeah.
No, I'm waiting to make sure I'm going to get the money for my lens. They got the lens on Thursday at 11 o'clock. So I want to hear from them that, yeah, you're getting what we told you we're going to give you, and then I'm going to open it up.
I mean,
Because otherwise, if they try to kind of,
Yeah.
So
then I might just be putting the shipping label back on it and sending it back. So
Jeff,
I don't.
you're saying your 500 PF just came from them after they did all the. I mean, after they did all the.
Yeah, I mean,
repair.
it has a new motors in it and everything. It doesn't have one scratch on it anywhere. The lens is perfectly clean. I had the original box. I had the original soft pouch that it came in, the zippered pouch that it came in. They got all that sent back to them. So
And new motors, correct?
Yeah. So I put down excellent condition. It doesn't have a mark on it. You can use a magnifying glass. Doesn't have a mark on it.
So, well, how much did they offer you?
It's like $1,300.
Painful, isn't it?
Yeah, very painful. Very painful. But with that taken off and what they're selling the Z8 for, I'm basically getting that camera for less than the Z6 III. That's how I look at it.
That's
Z8
right.
is a good camera.
I assume you have a Gustavo, right?
Exactly.
Yes, I have a Gustavo. Yes, Gustavo. Gustavo has cost me now twice.
Oh, sorry. But look at the quality of the images you're going to get. No, so John, what I do like is now that you make a comparison with Diana shooting on the Fuji with the 500, and you shooting with your C9 or C8 and the 600.
It's I mean, she was using it yesterday. Oh, we shot the moon, by the way. It's a full moon. So
That's what I
Everyone
see.
does when they get a first long lens.
yeah, it was great. It was just we opened up the balcony and bang, there was the full moon. So we shot that, but you can't tell much
Handheld.
from shooting moons.
So what did you say? What you were talking about the comparison with what Diana was shooting?
Well, it's it's hard to say. It's like same but different. I noticed here's the difference, that the Nikon is a lot more contrasty,
Okay.
and the what do you call the Fuji is has a real good pop to it.
Hmm.
Your foreground subjects stand out. That's what I really noticed.
Okay.
But I mean, we've only been playing around with it for a couple hours last night, and I haven't gone out today. But I'm going to do a huge video on all this Fuji medium format gear that we got.
Looking
Nice.
forward to see it.
So I'll do the in-depth one coming up.
Yeah, but it's the
Open up a file
compactness.
that I'm-
Yeah. So Mossman was saying that Jeff, that you didn't get a C8, you got a C9 II.
Yeah, they already started the rumors, what, with the Z9H and the Z7 III.
And the ZS, the rangefinder one.
Oh,
Oh,
that,
all these things.
yeah. I mean, people are just never satisfied. It is.
Well, no, what I actually got in the box is I won't open it up because what I actually got in the box is that Pentax 17.
Oh, yeah. That came out of
You
nowhere.
guys know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, new film camera.
I got the Pentax 17 in there, the half frame 35 millimeter film camera.
Well, the thing is, you can buy a Olympus half frame for
And
a
I'm
tenth of the
losing
price.
audio. Losing my
I never saw
audio.
the use for half frame.
We can hear you.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Losing audio.
Is there any rain in the area?
You can't hear us?
I can hear you.
Yeah, but he can't hear us, bro. Yeah. Good go. Good job, Gustavo.
Well, I can't hear anybody. I don't know if you could hear me. Give me a thumbs up
we
if you can hear me, because I can't hear anybody else.
We can hear you.
Yeah. You guys froze at my end.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
That's not good. I mean, the stream's going to die if you kill it to restart.
Technical difficulties are driving me crazy tonight.
Call the AV guy.
What's going on here?
So now we can talk bad about Jeff because he cannot hear us.
Yeah, what's with him not opening up that box? Come on. Come
Exactly.
on. Come on. Open.
Keep them on going.
You guys hear me?
Yep.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
yeah.
You guys hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
We can always hear you.
Hear us. Can you
We
hear
can always hear you.
Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Oh, I think it's
Okay.
on.
Yeah, I couldn't hear anybody. Everybody on the everybody's picture was frozen. I could not. Everything's breaking up.
Jeffrey, your
Yeah,
bandwidth,
everything's breaking up.
your bandwidth.
Yeah, your network's probably had some issues.
Yeah, it's driving me crazy. And I got a new computer, guys. I mean, that shouldn't be doing this.
Is it a Windows one?
That's more network issue than.
Yeah.
It's his end.
Bandwidth.
I think my dog must have unplugged the internet. I'm going to blame my dog, or I'll blame Gustavo because we're all picking on Gustavo tonight. He's cost everybody too much money. Did you guys in the end, since I was gone, 0.4, are you in the don't care category? You know, you really don't care.
I was saying that the 1.2 would be much heavier, and the 1.4 makes it more reasonable in price. So I don't know. You would have to get a lot closer with the 35.
And a lot more money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Depends on if it's going to be used for Astro or Street.
Yeah.
Street needs it faster, but needs to be small. Astro needs it fast, but don't care about the size.
And I said the 21.8 is good as what it is because I've used that one with Fairman's when we were out in the Gobi last year, and it's pretty sharp. So for 1.2 on a 35, you're going to lose some of sky, but again, you'll have to use low ISO when you're filming. For me, for video, 1.4 be fine. 1.2 be like that next step. But it all depends on what you're going to use it for, which one you prefer.
The 40 f2 is quite a nice lens too. Much better value.
Which one?
The 40 f2.
40 f2?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've got one here. 40 f2. It's got a nice lens. It's got a plastic mount, but at 40 millimeters, you don't care.
Yeah.
But that's quite a sharp, good, sharp, nice lens. Better value.
Yeah, I got this Voigtlander 40 1.2.
That's a good lens.
Yeah.
I like autofocus, so I want to work fast.
Yeah, I want to see if I can try mine out at, some night shots if we get to the goal, because it's been kind of weird over here with the weather the last couple of weeks. We had snow on the 21st. Supposed to be thunderstorm, but we got snow.
Oh, wow.
We don't got snow.
But you
Unless you
figure
had the
Mongolia
idea.
in June, you don't expect snow in June in Mongolia, but it was here.
Wow.
That's what it looks like here today.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
All sunny. This is midwinter.
Ah. Let me see if I can.
Looks like a good winter for you, right?
Yeah,
Hey,
that's
if
winter
you
for us.
guys want to watch an interesting,
So, summer here.
if you guys want to watch an interesting,
degrees.
Go ahead, Jeff.
if you want to watch an interesting Z6 III video, I don't know if any of you guys subscribe to or ever watched the Hue on Three Blind Men and an Elephant.
Yeah, I watch him.
He's a very, very, his Z6 III review was very interesting. It wasn't, it wasn't spec driven, but I literally sat in my chair and I just smiled the whole time listening to him talk. Because and he uses a lot of other brand cameras. He's used an A7R4. He's used a lot of different kinds of cameras, so he could actually do a somewhat of a comparison. Having used these other brand cameras that are basically the competition for this Z6 III, and but his insight is very, very enjoyable to hear. Yeah,
Jeff,
he was very good. I mean, I enjoyed it. I watched it today, and I just smiled the whole time. Hold that thought. But
hey, Steve
check
Perry,
him out, and then I was only joking a little bit. I didn't buy it, but that Pentax 17 Pentax 17. You could go on Analog Insights, and the guy that does that channel had a very good discussion about the Pentax 17. And Mozman and I were talking about it earlier tonight before the show, and I thought it was very plasticky looking, but I was obviously incorrect. I mean, it does have some plastic, but the top and bottom plate are actually made out of magnesium, and it's pretty well made. The guy was very happy with it, and it's $500, but which you may say is a lot of money for a film camera, but then you really got to remember that when's the last time anybody designed a film camera? So any tooling or anything that might have been in existence to do film cameras has long been thrown away. So everything had to be done from scratch to make another film camera. So it is kind of interesting, and I guess it's back ordered as well. It's selling well with young people that want to get into film, and they're into it, and they're selling them, and that's good. I mean, that's good. There's nothing wrong with. I don't care what kind of photography or what cameras you use or what film or digital or whatever. Photography is photography.
So let me ask you a question here, Jeff, and actually to the audience.
Everybody's breaking up at my end here.
Yeah. So let me ask you a question here. You're talking about that half frame camera, correct? The Pentax came up.
Yeah.
Exactly. So let me ask a question, and
Right,
particularly for
not
you
frame
guys.
Pentax. It just came out.
Exactly. So when I
Yeah.
was listening to that, what I was saying, I understand why they want the half frame, because they can get 72 exposures out of the 35, the 36 film regular canister, correct? But and this is the question, correct? Is have anybody develop a camera, because that would have been that can do both full frame and half frame? And I understand they have to have something in between the film and the backplate that covers and converts between half frame and full frame. Has that ever been? Because that would have been interesting for film shooters, correct? You can, press a lever and
Well,
convert it.
the camera doesn't do both.
No, I know that this one not. But would that be a good idea to have such a camera?
Yeah, the can't. No, but I have an old 1966 era Konica Autorex that
Okay.
is that does half frame and full frame, and you can switch modes on the
Exactly.
same roll of film.
Exactly. So that will make more sense, correct? If you're going to go through the expense
Well,
of
I think they're
design,
catering to the young kids and they're catering to the young crowd, and film is expensive. They're catering to the young crowd. Film's expensive, and they figure, well, they can get 72 shots out of a 36 exposure roll, and they like that. And hopefully this is going to finance. Pentax is talking about doing other film cameras after this. So I think, if this does well, they may come out with a traditional 35 millimeter film camera that's not half frame. But I think Kodak actually makes a half frame camera right now too, but it's very, very cheap and plasticky. It's not anything great,
correct? We all
but they
understand.
do make one and it works.
Tim make a good point here. We understand if you want to shoot landscape with a half frame camera, you just go, you rotate it 90 degrees and you have it, correct? You go back to landscape, correct? But I think so. You answer my question, Jeff. That is possible, correct? To create a camera with such a device.
The default when you look through that viewfinder, the default is portrait mode. You look through their viewfinder and it's not orientated where you're looking at things in a horizontal direction. You're looking everything in a portrait mode, and you want to go landscape. You actually got to turn the camera like that.
Exactly. Which is fine, but you still have half of a film or half of a frame, correct? In your landscape mode. But I did.
Yeah.
You see that you answered my question, which is you could have created a camera that has that flexibility, correct? But that then you decide what to use. That would have been great, in my opinion.
Guys, John's gonna take off. Put a message in the chat.
Happy birthday,
Yeah,
John.
I mean, it would have added a lot of costs, and I guess according to the guy that does the Analog Insights channel, he said that they had to find old-time engineers because the young engineers don't even know anything about film at all, how to design a film camera at all, and the old guys are pretty old, so they pulled in some of the old Pentax engineers and had them work with the young engineers, and then they kind of worked things out together and came up with some ideas and came out with this camera. I mean, I think it's kind of cool. I mean, I know film is passe for a very high percentage of people, but the fact that it isn't dead yet and it actually is kind of gaining ground a little bit, I find very interesting, especially among the young people.
Well, they can always call Mr. Wu.
John, you're taking off.
Exactly.
Yeah, I gotta go. I gotta go eat.
Have a good one, John.
Food
Happy
is
birthday.
important.
I'm loving your videos. I'm
Happy
binging.
birthday.
both on
My
on
video.
Wayne and on yours too. So
The one on the what was it, the latest one was on Tamron.
yeah,
All right, I'll have some more from Mr. Wu. I don't know what we're gonna come up with. Oh, binoculars. He wants to do binoculars.
Oh,
man, that's good.
He's an expert on binoculars. So if you want to watch
Have,
that,
have,
I got that.
have some birthday cake. Have some birthday cake.
Okay. All right, you guys have fun, man. We'll see you next week.
Yeah, John.
enjoy your
Later.
Gustavo.
Take
Okay.
care.
Bye-bye.
Bye, John.
Enjoy your birthday.
Did you notice that if you turn the camera over when you did portrait Gustavo on the did the screen LCD screen turn also?
I was looking mostly at the EVF
Yeah, EVF. Okay.
because that's what I was.
See, that's what I was doing too. I was looking at the screen. So okay.
Well, I just had my better ask.
Arrived. Better half has arrived.
Yeah, come on.
All right.
Come on.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing?
I am back. Hi,
Hi.
everyone.
That's wonderful.
You definitely, Jeff, have
Boy,
some
I'm having
bandwidth.
Yes.
I'm having so many problems at my end. I can't even do the show right now. It's awful.
Yeah, I think you're like a couple
Like-
seconds delayed.
Everybody just keeps breaking up. I hear like one or two words, and everything's choppy, and then it comes back, and then I don't know what's going on.
Good.
Bandwidth issue.
Is your wife downloading a movie?
I guess it's called.
Hello.
I should call this the selective live stream. My Wi-Fi is one bar lower than it normally is, so something's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So as long as you guys are good, nobody needs to hear me
Yeah,
anymore.
we're
They
happy.
heard me enough for 45 minutes. So
We're all happy.
okay, so if you guys could hear me, okay. It's just that people that are on the panel are very choppy. They'll have to hold up like pieces of paper with information on it.
Yeah, like on my end, your video keep getting stuck.
Let's see what else we got that I have in my notes here of anything that I
See,
ran
well, so 3 cameras came out, right?
yeah, Nikon Rumors talked about someone in Malaysia getting a Z6 III a few days after the announcement, and they claim they never saw that before.
Yeah, they're probably selling
So
them.
it must have been Wayne that got it. He's just not telling anybody. Wayne got it.
I'm in
He was in
Mongolia.
Malaysia,
so
he got it.
Yeah, he didn't like
maybe
that.
that's John. But I don't think it's John. He's not getting one.
You're in Mongolia now.
Which one do you want to know?
Now, obviously, because of this camera coming out, Nikon released new versions of Nikon NX tether and wireless transmitter utility with support for this camera. They've got the Z6 III is now part of the Nikon DigiTutor and technical guide. N-Log edition is now available for download, so you could go on the Nikon USA website and you can watch a Nikon DigiTutor video that kind of gives you some information about the camera. NX Studio 1.7.0 and N-Log 3D LUT 1.07 is released for that camera. So there's going to be a lot of things popping out because of this camera coming out. Obviously, I don't know how long it's going to take for them to have their own. For Nikon to have their own cloud, they're talking about being set up so that you can get your firmware updates automatically from the cloud would be kind of neat
Yeah, they said
for that camera. But
So
let's see.
so Jeff, David, the wedding photographer.
I guess
was
the Amazon.
What have I not?
Yes.
Jeff, David, the wedding photographer, was suggesting that if you put somebody else bigger, correct, like Chuck or Wayne, right? Then you can your image will be smaller, so it will be easier with your bandwidth.
Someone's waving.
Hi.
Hello.
Stella,
Wait,
my other half.
Hello.
I'm
Oh,
Hey, Roy, you look a lot better.
Thank you.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're
Cheers.
good.
How are you?
all right.
She's cold. It's less than 15 degrees Celsius.
Oh,
I'm
boy.
on, apart from summertime.
But we need that some of that weather over here. It's hot.
Exactly.
Jeez.
15 is what?
What is it in Fahrenheit?
Yeah.
I can look that up.
I got to take everybody. in.
59
Let's see, 15
Fahrenheit?
degrees Celsius,
Bye. Have a great night, Chuck.
59.
Yeah.
Taking off, Chuck?
Oh,
Maribel,
that's cold.
she just got home, so
Yeah.
Very good, Jeff.
You want to come on camera?
You're looking good, Chuck.
Say hi to Maribel for us. Tell her I said hi,
I will, sure will.
and you have a good night.
Hi, Chuck.
Good night.
Have a good one, Chuck.
So, Mrs. Bixby, do you know anything about
Thanks
camera?
And thank you for
She
coming
hates
on.
cameras.
As always.
Oh,
Where are you? I can't see you.
I'm
Oh, yeah, you're on the
somewhere
left.
there. Yeah,
I
there.
was looking at the little ones.
There's David Stewart.
Stella's got a Coolpix P900 or 950 or something.
Yes.
So she shoots as well.
She does.
Nice.
Oh, you got a lot of birds that hang out in your backyard. That's for sure.
We do. Mostly parrots. Is he in it?
Yes, I can just say.
Yeah, I would take parrots. I don't have any parrots here.
Stella says she's glad to see you, Chuck.
Yeah. Nice to see. Yes, yes.
Stella's had trouble with her voice too.
Mm.
And her weight. She's won 70 kilos since the stroke.
oh man.
Wow.
Is it the medication?
What
Do
are you
now.
telling me? I told them. Yeah.
You've shut everyone up.
I have. They were
Yeah,
going.
everybody's quiet.
They were saying good night.
Well,
good night to Chuck.
good night to a panelist. He's going to log out shortly. On Restream. He has to leave. So he's the guy. Yeah, he just
Yeah,
left.
we kept Chuck up too late. He's usually he usually crashes at 10 o'clock.
He just left.
Where did he go?
He has to go. He's going to bed.
Yeah, he's going to bed. It's almost midnight here on the East Coast, so he went to bed.
I know how he feels. It's only 2 in the afternoon.
Yeah, time for a nap.
Time.
Oh wow!
I think you're up 24 hours because every time I get on and if I can't sleep, Royal's still up. I can't believe it.
Roy's
I don't
everywhere.
think-
He's not doing his bedtime.
I don't think Roy sleeps at all because he's on every live stream and every YouTube channel there is. So
I don't like to miss anything.
Just me.
because I saw Chuck asking questions on quite a few of the live stream. A lot of the channels that were broadcasting about the Z6 III. I saw Roy popping up everywhere. I saw Randall popping up too.
Yeah.
Caught Randall.
Yeah,
He's as bad as I am,
yeah.
if not worse.
Mr. Cameron,
And he does
It was
videos
good to
in
see
the
Becky
frame.
on Gray's.
Yeah, that was a
That's
surprise.
good.
well, I think the viewership went up when Becky comes back. So
Mm.
Yeah,
Still
Greg, you
working out.
missed the whole 75% of the show, Greg. We went over a big comparison, feature by feature, Z6 II, Z6 III, Z8. So you're going to have to go back and watch the first 2 hours of the show, and you'll be exhausted from Z6 III discussion. Everybody on the panel had a lot to say about that camera as well, and a few people are buying it, and obviously there's more than a few people buying it for real out there. Back ordered in a lot of places. Randall's on the back order list, so we'll see.
They got it in the shops
Now,
here.
Randall, who you get your gear from? Is it considered a
Well,
large
it-
retailer or a medium-sized retailer, or how would you rate it?
no, it's a local camera store, but they're in Austin also. It's pretty big in San Antonio. The Camera Exchange Incorporated. So they do all the cameras except for Panasonic. They do sell Tamron lenses and third-party lenses, but they deal with the big four. They have Fuji, they have Nikon, Canon, Sony. So that's the big four. They got equipment and stuff. They're pretty good on back order. You don't have to wait that long. But B&H, I've been trying a couple of times, and I thought I was right there. I must have been the first few persons, and then they told me, you're good. And then when I checked again, it says it was back ordered. And then I got an email saying, first come, first serve, first come, first serve, and we're sorry to say you're on back order. So I says, okay.
Must be more stocks here because the local camera shop said they've got one put aside for me if I want it.
And Roy, thank you for introducing us to your wife.
She loves listening to you. She's often just off the screen,
No,
keeping an eye on me, I think.
well,
I
that's
told
probably
somebody.
justified.
So, I look forward to hearing, Wayne and Randall's thoughts when they actually get one in their hand and they start fooling around with it and using it. You guys will have to do like a little presentation on the show and show some sample images or something and share it with everybody so people can get a better idea of what to expect from that camera, because I think it really is an exceptional camera for the money. I think you guys are going to like it a lot. And it's not just, I know it's being kind of really pushed as because of its video features, but the still features of that camera are definitely no slouch whatsoever, especially with the with all the subject detection features and the autofocus improvements and everything. It's an exceptional camera for the money. I think people will be very happy with it, and I would hope that everybody that was on the fence that had D850s make the leap and try it out, because I think they'd be very happy with it.
I am seeing a lot more cameras, DSL.
I mean, I for one, at the time when
Yeah, go ahead, Jeff.
well, I was just going to say, when I had the D850 and I wanted to make the jump, I got tired of waiting. I felt like I was waiting and waiting and waiting forever, and I I overextended a little bit, to get the Z9. But to be honest with you, if I knew a Z8 was going to come out, I would have waited. But Nikon was smart. They put out the more expensive one first, and then they said, we'll see how many people throw out the fishing hook and go cast out for the Z9, and then they sneak out the Z8, and then half the Z9 owners said, if I knew that was going to be that good, I would have waited maybe and got the Z8, but Nikon.
Same with the CF and the Z6 III, correct? Same.
Yeah, but see, I look at the ZF to me as what I like about the ZF is the retro, the retro styling and the old-fashioned dials and knobs and things like that. It slows you down. It makes you think a little bit more before you take the picture. Everything with rotatable dials and everything's kind of quick. You're just going around. You're just like, okay, pick it up. Z6 III is slow down, and you're just enjoying the photographic experience. You're sitting there, and it's a totally different camera. I mean, I love it. I absolutely love it.
For sure, but this way, in this release schedule, they probably sold more cameras. That if they would have, let's say, if they launched the two cameras at the same time, they would not have sold as many CF, correct? And
True. Yes, that's true. I mean, they're very, for a company that we like to pick on and say that their marketing is very bad, and from a dollars and cents point of view, everything they've done has been very smart for them on a financial way in terms of how they released things.
Exactly.
Was very beneficial to their bottom line. Was very beneficial for their bottom line. They've been they were very smart about it at their end. We picked on them a little bit, but they were very smart.
The one thing I was hoping is that like the US side would start giving information like the Japanese side, talking about the not XB7, the partially stacked sensor, give us more information about that and how it works. I saw I think it was a Canadian guy, their ambassador. He did a video after all of this, a couple of days after, and he mentioned about the partially stacked sensor. I thought as a new sensor, they would have gone into a little bit more about it, kind of like how they talked about the Z9 sensor and how they put information in the page and give you a bit more about it when that was introduced.
For sure, but on the other way, Wayne, it's clear that this is a mean to an end, correct? That basically is not having to have a full stack sensor that is more expensive, but still diminish the rolling shutter tendencies of non-stack sensor. So it's the kind of good compromising they have done.
Hold on. Now, I'm not talking about the compromises of what they were doing as far as explaining about it. The Japanese site did more on the explanation, and the Canadian guy a couple of days later did more of that. Like when Sony do their presentation on their thing, they talk more about the technology that goes inside the sensor and why they did that, which is what I'm saying. Nikon could do some more stuff for the US site. It seems I always have to go to like one of the other sites to get more information about the product.
Yeah, that really isn't right. Period. They made a point. Remember, they had that fancy video, showing the dual stream technology of the Z9 and showing the signal path and how it broke up and what went where and did all this stuff. And they could have really done something along those lines with the talking about the sensor on the Z6 III as well. And they really didn't. They didn't really do anything other than to say how much faster it is, and that's kind of it. That's kind of it.
Yep, that's it.
Yeah. But I hope they come out with a more in-depth video regarding that sensor, unless they're, unless, you know, and to say, you know, maybe they're a little paranoid, they don't want somebody copying it or whatever, but you know, it's too late. As soon as the competition's going to buy, the competitors, everybody buys everybody else's cameras to do teardowns and breakdowns and look at it and see what they do better or what they do different. And then they, you know, every company does that. You know, you buy the other guy, you rip it apart. You know, everybody will be doing that. They'll figure it out.
I understand, Wayne, what you're saying, correct? You would like to see, you know, what pixels are fully stacked, what pixels are not stacked. Is it every other pixel?
Yes.
You know, how these two semi-stack are interlaced, correct? I understand there is a technical question.
Yeah, I mean, because you know, Fuji did a presentation on their new X-strand sensor that they utilize it and explained that. And Sony does stuff on theirs. As I said, the Z9 got its presentation and it looked fantastic and told you about the tech. But you know, other than it's 3 times faster and all this stuff, the Japanese guys at least talked about the fact that you know it's a chip on a chip with 2 additional chip on top to read the information about it. So you got it there, but you'd have kind of liked to see it like in the USA Nikon USA site and in the presentation they did for the on launch day.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
I think
I agree with that.
but I think, Wayne, this may be deliberate because I think they are looking for a user that doesn't want to know how the camera work, but it does. Okay. So,
Well, you know what? Let me say this.
Well, they don't want to, they figure not everybody wants the nitty gritty. They just want to know what it does, and you know, they just want to know like the video specs. They want to know the frames per second. They want to know what kind of pictures can I take with it. But I mean, a lot of us are very tech geeky type guys, and we want to know every little thing, you know, and
Yes.
we want to know every little thing, and they don't like to tell us every little thing.
but
And for me, you know, when you advertise it as a world's first, you can
exactly.
expect there'll be some more information about that. Now,
That is
what
true.
would kind of annoy me if, according to what I'm reading, that it's sensor is going to be shared with Sony. If Sony comes out with whatever camera they put it in, and they talk a whole lot more about that, it's like, well, Nikon, you had the opportunity to really sell the product. Why didn't you?
On the other hand, I can tell you, I mean, people may not appreciate that, but I did like the fact that we know the camera was coming, it was obvious, okay? But we got, you know, we got an announcement, and then we got into seeing the camera and delivery next week, correct? So it
26th, I think.
it's all kind of evolving fast, correct? No, they put the explanation videos or the demo videos, and they put the teaser. So that, in my opinion, they're doing quite well, correct? Compare. I mean, I can tell you, if I were a Canon shooter, I would be pissed off with this secrecy. We don't know anything about the R1. We don't know anything about the R5. I feel bad for the Canon shooters, to tell you the truth.
I think the camera manufacturers are sticking, well, keeping things close to the vest these days. Because the Z6 III, we didn't get a whole lot of rumors. We got some that slipped out, and that was about it. And I was talking with someone that said, you know what, I'm kind of equating Nikon with like Apple, and they want to keep everything secret. And you know, some of the tech that's coming out, they tell you, as Jeff was saying, how it works more so than all the technical stuff behind it. So you know, maybe that's the direction they want to go with that for our side of the world. But seeing it on the other side where they give you more information about it, to me was kind of like, you know, the US side for most of us that we're sticking to, you would have expected some of that. I would have liked to seen it.
No, I agree. I agree.
Yeah, you're breaking up, Jeff.
Image wise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree with Roy. The 10-pin connector is something I wish they didn't take off any of the cameras. I mean, I could see the PC sync at this point, you know, for flashes, because you could always get one that something that slides onto the hot shoe that, you know, you can get adapters that could go on a hot shoe that'll do the old style sync cord methodology if you needed it. But the 10 pin to me is that I'll miss. I mean, because I do have a shutter release, you know, with that goes in the 10 pin on the Z9, and I like using it. Works very well. And you know, now you got to use use your self timer instead, or you know, do a workaround or what have you. You know, it's
And you can see, Jeff, talk about the 10 pin, right?
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, I'm moving you onto the big screen here, Gustavo.
Not just the trigger either. There's lots of other things that work through the 10 pin.
Exactly.
Yeah, my computer's driving me nuts here.
You know, guys,
Scubarazzi just joined us. So Scubarazzi, we did a.
But I work a lot with the you know, in the pin connector.
It's nice to have it on the D850. I know that.
Exactly. So now you have that 10 pin connector for your C9 and your C8. Okay. As a matter of fact, Jeff, I do have one of these. I actually have two of these, one in the C9 and the C9, and you can handle that one with one single one of these.
Now, say when I'm having like Bluetooth for like time sync and so on, I think if they use Bluetooth and you have a similar control device like you have there on the outside and it's syncing by Bluetooth, that's I think is going to be the next way to go. Rather than the 10 pin, you can keep the external body smooth and just use the Bluetooth to sync everything up. I know for us old guys who are utilizing these devices and we still have them, we would like to keep going. But I think just having the Bluetooth, it's there, it's built in. You don't have to buy an additional thing other than just like maybe a control or even use your smartphone. Connect it via Bluetooth with the app and like, let me take a photograph, let me focus, boom, I'm done. I think that's where they're going to go with next.
But on the other hand, I understand, Roy and Jeff, that the compromise they had to make, correct? From going from the C9 and C8. There's
I'll
stuff.
tell you, I'm just having so much trouble, guys, at my end. I mean, you may hear me fine, but I can't hear anybody else. It's just really driving me nuts.
Yeah.
Wi-Fi and
And
Bluetooth are good.
I
but,
can't even adjust the screen right now and move anybody else onto the big screen right now. Everything's locked up.
Well, it's switching on our end. We don't know if it can hear you. What type of message for him?
It's gone blurry. I must be having a stroke.
Yeah, I'm not having any kind of update or anything. It's just I just don't have as strong a signal on my Wi-Fi as I should, and
You've gone low
I don't know.
res.
Is your phone fast?
It's just driving me nuts because I'm trying to hear your conversation, what you're saying, and I can't understand. I can hear everybody right this second.
I'm jammed.
Yeah, when it goes off and on, right? Yeah.
Oh boy, but yeah, I mean, I hope everybody got enough information on the show tonight to make an intelligent decision, because I think it's and of course we were just comparing Nikon brands, but the reality is you should be doing a comparison as well to the competition as well, and see where this camera fits in relative to the competition, whether you feel it does more for you or you like some other feature that's not on this camera that's on another brand. Do your due diligence, because I really think it's important that people spend a lot of time before they pull the trigger and buy any camera from anybody, because it's not just about the camera. It's about, depending on what kind of genre of photography that you shoot or plan to shoot, you should look into lens availability. You should look at what the company has for lenses. What are the quality of the lenses? You should look at flash compatibility, what kind of flashes work with that camera body, accessories that are available. You need to look at everything, because the photography isn't just about the camera. The camera is only part of the tool set that you need in your photographic journey. So it involves everything. It involves lenses, flashes, filters, accessories, and then video capabilities now. And, can you get a cage to go on the camera? Does somebody make it? Who makes it? How good is it? Things are a lot more complicated than they were back in the 1970s. I'll tell you that. So it's a totally different ball game now. And I never tell anybody what to buy. I can talk about what I own. I could talk about what I've used, but it's a very personal decision. But don't be one of those people that just gets all enamored by the pomp and circumstance that all these camera manufacturers put out there when they're introducing something new. Do your due diligence and do your own homework. You owe it to yourself, because most of these cameras are not cheap. $2,500 may fit the slot that was available for Nikon to fill, which they did. But to me, $2,500 is a sizable amount of money. For other people, it may be pocket change, but for many people, $2,500 is a big decision. Especially if you're going to eventually have 2 or 3 lenses to go along with it. It's a good chunk of change. So look into everything very, very carefully. Don't be in a hurry. And I can hear everybody now, so everything seems to be happy for the second.
We know you're having
We're not
problems.
talking, so if you can hear us, that means you're a little bit behind.
But you're good now.
Yeah, I'm good now. Okay.
So you're back live, or you're still a few seconds behind?
No, I'm hearing you real time right now. So everything seems to be finally in sync. But for the last hour, it's been very frustrating. But good thing I have good people like you to keep things going when technical problems at my end are making my life hell. You guys are doing well to keep everybody happy in the chat. Robert's leaving us, so Robert, thank you for coming on in the chat, and we appreciate you coming into the chat. And hopefully everybody got something out of it. It's like now with the supposed announcement or soon to be announced 35 1.2 or 1.4 lens. That completes the roadmap that they shared with us so long ago. So now we have to. They do not plan on having another roadmap. So every lens from here on out is going to be a surprise.
Tilt shift
and I'm
and
glad
fisheye.
Mozman liked the fact that
The last hour was good.
was struggling. And I'm glad to know that you enjoyed my pain and suffering, and that it made your night more enjoyable.
But going back
Albert
to the
talking
10
about
feet,
the Minolta A mount. Yeah, hey,
That was
I
good.
love my Minolta.
Sonia had that for a while.
Say that and Samsung NX Mini or something like that.
Samsung made some good DSLRs in that day.
Yeah, and they got out. They were the
Sad.
same. Yeah, I'm playing with the J5 and the B3 now. Nikon's first mirrorless system cameras.
Yeah. So you got one, right? Or you got 2 of them?
I got the J5 and then I got the V3. So the V3 has a longer video, and they have the hot shoe where you can add the kind of like the eyepiece. Okay. The eyepiece
Okay.
closed down and taking pictures. So I just use the LCD screen for that. But if I'm taking portraits, I'll use the LCD screen because it's pretty bright. But on the video part, they only go up to 1080 60, but they last longer than the J5. But the J5 can do more shots per second than the V3. And it's just plus and minuses, but they're tiny cameras. I got dummy batteries for both. I got external batteries. So, I like playing with toys. I got all the lenses for it. I'm missing one telemeter, which is like a 27 millimeter pancake lens. But once I get that, which should come in on Tuesday, I'm going downtown with those little bitty cameras. I'm going to go to the Alamo. And there's, oh my God, he's back taking pictures.
All right.
Well, hopefully you survive the Alamo.
Exactly.
Well, I made it so many times. They look at me, oh, he's back.
The question is Alamo would survive Randall or not? He survived the Mexicans.
It's funny.
So you're abusing that like Fro abuses going to the Phillies baseball games to do all his camera tests.
But
I like going to the Chinese tea garden too because it's free, and sometimes you can take the lift to go into the. But there's some like the botanical gardens. It's wonderful. They got some great places where you can go, lakes. The only thing is it's been raining so hard here. My ground is still soaked wet, and the mosquitoes are out like crazy.
Ooh.
So, they're biting like.
Pretty bad. That's what is it called, Alberto or Albert?
No, it's a new state bird. It's called.
I know, but the tropical storm that you guys got to.
You know what? I think it hit Mexico
Alberto.
and us. So, but we did.
I think it was called Alberto, which is Albert. By the way, by the way, we were talking about the 10 pin, correct? And this is what a good system should be. You have to have, as you have redundancy, correct? So I have all those triggers, correct? We were talking with Scubarasi about remote operating. I use, since the beginning of all this camera, I always like to have cable releases, correct? The mechanical one, remember the one that had the little pin? And of course, in the Nikon system, as soon as they put the 10 pin, they have, the ability to put a remote, correct? So in my camera bag, I still have the old ones, correct?
Yeah.
So if by any chance I don't have the little battery that goes, because that goes with this one here, I still can go and have this cable release, which is electrical, but it doesn't require batteries, correct?
Yeah.
So that's a good system, correct? The fact that we still have backward compatibility, correct? So Roy, I'm sure that you have some of these, correct?
Yes.
And the same with the same if the intervalometer, you can use it, correct, the same way as a cable release as well.
Well, it's amazing that so many cameras have intervalometers built in now. In the old days, you had to buy a very expensive accessory to have an intervalometer. So it is not. I mean, technology continues to, amaze us every time we turn around.
Yeah, I just say that, Jeff. There is something that I was going to do a video on, but let me just kind of mention it here. What do you guys would like to see in like a future camera? Now we hear like noise reduction is coming. The ZF and Z6 III is doing some kind of advanced noise reduction is what Nikon call it for those low light shots. We hear that the R1 is going to be doing in camera noise reduction. I think it's probably the same thing, but of course, Nikon is not all that great on their marketing or thing. What other feature you think they could drop inside the
I
camera?
I get a little nervous when a camera manufacturer is talking about doing in-camera noise reduction, because obviously I would rather do that in post if necessary, only because I have control over it. Because if they overdo it, you can lose detail in your image, and you're not going to know until you get it whether you like their noise reduction or not. And then it's like, well, you already bought the camera. Now you go, I'm not so sure I like that. I mean, hopefully they make it so you can turn it off if you don't want to use it. I mean, at least at a minimum, if they're going to put noise reduction in cameras, they should make it so that you can turn it off if you do not want to use it. I think that's
And
important.
yeah, and I would say, all of the ones so far have that, but for some people, they probably don't want to do it in post. So thinking from a workflow perspective, let's say it is at a level that gives you something good, because we've been seeing the image from the Z6 III and what Roy shows, those things look pretty good. The stuff on the Nikon side, pictures that I've shown for low light looks pretty darn good. So let's say they're doing it really good and it works very well. What other
Yeah.
feature that you think could speed up your workflow that anyone would want to see inside the camera?
Well, I mean, I want to see more of a focus on dynamic range. I don't care if they make make the camera with 16-bit, improve the dynamic range in the camera, optimize massage. I'm not saying you necessarily get a larger. I'm not into the larger megapixel size cameras, and anything more than 50 to me is too much for a mirrorless camera full frame. I mean, if I want to go bigger than that, I'm going to buy a medium format camera for that use. But I think they could take a sensor that already exists and look to improve it and improve the dynamic range and give you 16-bit instead of 14-bit. Although even that's a diminishing return in some respects, because our eyes, especially our old eyes, can't distinguish as well as a young person's eyesight can, and you do get to a point where the specs are you could get so high up in the specs that you as a human being can't tell the difference uh, between the generation before and the one that just came out in terms of real use. Do you
Hmm.
really see the difference when you look at the video on your TV? And it's like, I shoot in 4K 120 a lot. And then of course, if I do YouTube content, they devastate it, and it's 1080. And but I could take that video and put it on my 4K TV, and it takes the 1080 and it up converts it to 4K, and it looks fantastic. So everything is so dependent on everything else that you own. What kind of TV do you have?
True.
Um, who's your audience? Where are you going to send the data to? Uh, it's really not just your camera. It's your monitor that you use for your computer. It's your TV that you have in your house. It's your projector. If you're projecting the image on a screen, how good is that? I mean, it's there's so many variables that you can literally become an alcoholic overnight trying to figure out every little thing and optimizing every little thing. Uh, it's mind numbing, and I think it's gotten so complicated that even an experienced user, and obviously video is a relatively new deal in the camera world. I mean, the good video is a new deal, and it's very confusing to people. I mean, when you start getting into, you get into everything. Okay, how much of a difference between 8-bit, because JPEGs are 8-bit. So how much difference between 8-bit and 10-bit and 12-bit and 14-bit? all the LUTs, all the compression methods of compressing a file. Will my stuff look better on a Mac, or will it look better on a PC? Do I want to use log? Do I want to shoot raw? I mean, basically, the best quote unquote methodology is to shoot pure raw, because you're getting the data off the sensor. It has not been converted in any way, shape, or form. It hasn't had any exposure value or white balance baked into it yet. When you do a log file, some of that stuff's already baked in. You do raw, it is raw. It is the raw data from your sensor. But then, okay, you want to play the game using raw files, 8K or something. My God, you're going to have a very expensive computer. Number one, to handle it, you're going to have a lot of storage. You're probably going to have to use DaVinci Resolve, which is not a cheap software package to use. And
Resolve?
I can't say what, but it's what level of complexity do you want to have? Especially when I could say I could just shoot 1080 and it'll be good enough for YouTube, right? I could just shoot 1080, 1080p. I could shoot 1080, 120, and it'll be good enough for YouTube. If you're not
if it's
doing
bounced up
a
from
movie
4K,
production, it's going to
definitely
show in
better.
a movie theater somewhere.
Huh?
Yeah, you're breaking up again.
You got stuck there for a second.
Yeah, I think most people could get by with. Many people I think can get by with 4K.
Yeah, and I think for what we
Okay.
have today, as far as broadcast TV, 4K is good. I think most of the people, having 6K and 8K, yes, you have good things for B-roll, and depending on what kind of movie, if you're filming stuff like that, and for kind of videos that you're doing. For YouTube, it is an overkill. And I mean, you've seen the stuff I put out there and I played around with the 8K. It is painful. It taxed my machine to do an 8K and an 8K timeline to give you that look and clean up the footage with the grain. But step it back down to 6K, for the younger generation now, like I see my wife watching stuff on video and she's viewing it this direction, and it annoys the heck out of me. But then I realize most of the people around, the younger folks, that's how they're looking at stuff. So we start seeing things like the open gate and so on, and you listen to what some of these younger people are talking about, being able to throw lots on and things like that. It's like that Panasonic S9, while most people are poo-pooing it, the younger generation saying, hey, you have a camera which you don't have to learn a whole ton of stuff about how to use, and you could just reframe and get what you want to get out of it, put some LUTs on it, and I call them filters because of the iPhone stuff, and just being able to get that look that you want. Now here comes Nikon doing it for the Z6 III. We'll probably have the other thing as well. And I think as they think about the future and the younger generation, these are the things that they're looking towards. Some of the stuff we may not care for and we probably never going to use, but I want to look at it from a whole to see, what photography and video side as well, to see what Nikon could do to make things better for us. But when you did with the impose estimation on the A7R5, that got my attention for being able to track a human and notice a human or bug or whatever it is. And it's human pose estimations of human, to be able to estimate what's going on. And that's a bit of AI. And as we're looking at more AI stuff coming out, I think having some of that in the cameras to help us out, because we know we've been using machine learning inside the iPhone to clean up our images, to make him look smoother, to make him look nicer, to give him all these things. So I think eventually that's going to come to our mirrorless cameras as well. And I think the S9 is starting that trend for point and shoot. I think Nikon probably should go down that road as well. There are a lot of things I'd like to see, much like the other guys are doing, but I know all of us probably not going to like that, but hopefully some of you guys have some things that you want to see that would make your workflow better for you, or easier, I would say. Yes, some of us like to tweak, but then if you don't have to tweak and you could just drop a LUT or
Well, I
what is that?
think with all this.
He's
Yeah,
breaking up.
yeah.
Well,
The
with all this
pixelated on my end.
technology, you know, the thing is, every user has to ask who is the audience, who is my audience for what I'm doing. Uh, if you were an individual that never ever makes a print, you never make a print, you could buy a pretty darn cheap camera. If you're only sharing on Instagram and Facebook and all the small files that you put into those social media things, uh, you don't need an expensive camera for that. You're wasting your money. If you're never making a nice big print to hang on your wall, don't spend the money on these super high end cameras, because if it's just social media that you're doing, you're wasting your money. You don't need anything that you go buy a used camera. Go buy a 12 megapixel camera. You're good to go. You're just doing YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, whatever. You don't need what we're using and what we talk about. I mean, yeah, you got to look at your audience. Who is your audience? What is the product that you're trying to supply? And sometimes you're not supplying anything. Sometimes, obviously, sometimes it's like, what level do you want for yourself? Okay, and then you're making a decision not based on anything monetary at all. But obviously, if you are doing this for a living, you don't need to buy more than what you need. If you're never going to make a print bigger than a 12 by 18, and you're not doing wildlife photography, you don't need a full frame camera. Get a 24 megapixel camera. You're good to go. Get a 20 megapixel DSLR. You're good to go.
But here's the thing: with technology moving forward, most people today, even they don't need that 12 megapixel, they're not looking to buy that. They're not going to go back and get a DSLR. When you can get this little point shoot, yeah, maybe $1,500, but then you can sync to your phone and you can do all these new age technology things that they're looking at. And I think that is part of the marketing issue is people see influencers talking about stuff and they say, hey, this is full frame is better than crop sensor and all this other stuff. And without knowing much, they're looking at, I just want a full frame camera only. Then it starts into, I want to be able to shoot in open gate. So all these things are set in their mind. The manufacturer not going to sell their old gear because people don't want that. Some people are more realistic and say, I understand what I need, but some of the people is like, can it do everything for me? I would like this camera, so let me go out and get this one because it has all the stuff that I need. Maybe one day I'll shoot something and use a full 24 megapixels, because when you're downsizing it, they're not thinking that I'm going to downsize it to 12 megapixel. It's whatever it is by, whatever the resolution that this uploading system tells them and they put in there. Do they care what the megapixel it is? No, they just downsize it, or in a sense, like on the iPhone, it basically does it for you. You don't even know what size it is. Is it small, medium, large? Oh, I want small. I want medium. It takes care of all that for you. They don't have to think about none of that. And I think that's where it's going. For us older guys, we look at all these other things because we started out there. But you have to now start looking forward and saying the reason why these things are happening, why people want 100 megapixel cameras, is not that they actually can use it. They don't think about how much space it's going to require, how much computing power it needs. They just think, I need this thing because the quality will be so much better. Now, when Nikon and the other guys don't go more than 24 megapixels, you see that all the chats. I wish it had 33. I wish it had 36. I wish all this stuff. You're never going to use it. You're never going to need it for most people. Sorry, Jeff.
Except the birders.
Well, yes. and same, for the people who want it, but the younger folks, it's the megapixel wars.
Well, what's funny is in not too many years past.
Huh? You stuck again?
Yeah.
He is.
So you notice he's having problems when the screen gets bad.
Pixelated. And it's like, we can't hear him. It just kind of sits there.
Yeah. Yeah. Now he's getting better.
You back, Jeff?
No,
I'm
not
getting
yet.
better. Yeah.
Yeah.
I heard absolutely nothing that Randall said in the last 10 minutes. literally nothing. I'm thinking, I'm thinking of in a not too far distant past where I'd sit there and having digital SLRs and older cameras and stuff like that, and I'd say to myself, everybody talks about how much film costs and everything else and whatnot, and I'd say, gee, is digital really cheaper when I look at all the money I had to spend in the digital arena, the better computer, the the RAID systems for my storage, the calibration, that and this and that, and you add it all up, and you're like, gee, is it really cheaper than film? I'm not so sure. I know one thing: when you film, you took the shots, you made the adjustments as best you can, and you just sent the roll out, and you waited for the pictures to come back. And now you're doing all the processing yourself. You're spending all the time doing all the grading if you're doing video, or making all the adjustments in the software for your still images and everything else. And you are spending so much time that you never spent when you shot film. Never spent that time. You just sent the film out to somebody that you trusted, and you were waiting for the pictures to come back, and you were done. Terry's taking off. Terry, take care. Thank you for coming and stopping by. We appreciate it. And obviously, I'm probably lagging at your end, and I hear nothing. I'm like Schultz from Hogan's Hero. I see nothing. I hear nothing.
We're here. We're letting you talk right now, because every so often you kind of get pixelated.
It's been an interesting.
Now you're stuck on my side. I think we're losing. Oh, he's back.
Sign language.
What a difficult live stream. The most difficult one I've ever had. My goodness.
Like shooting film again.
Absolutely horrible, man. I'm hopefully, like I said, good thing you guys are having good conversation. You guys could be insulting me this whole show, and I wouldn't know it. You could be picking on me the whole show. I wouldn't even know. I can't hear you. I'd have to.
We're still here. It's just every so often you get pixelated. It seems as though you're following like maybe 5 seconds after we're talking.
So I'm sharing, Jeff.
Yeah, if this keeps going, I think I don't know that I'll make it till 2:00 with this connection problem. So it's gonna drive me. I'll be going nuts. Yeah, it says now Gustavo's lagging. We're all taking turns. Okay, David Stewart has some shots that he wants to share that he's been doing. He's been doing a Gustavo. See, we're going to blame Gustavo for David Stewart's latest bird activity photos.
As well.
It's all Gustavo's fault as well. So we're going to throw up Gustavo. Gustavo's throwing up this pic, but I'm going to let him talk about this, and then I'm going to go and find David Stewart's images, and so that I can share those with everybody. So that's going to take me a few minutes. So Gustavo, I'll let you talk about this one while I'm doing that.
So we were talking about megapixels, correct, and resolution. This is actually the vertical portion of the 45 megapixel, correct? So this image was taken in landscape mode, but I just selected the portion that is corresponding to the portrait mode. Okay. Now, if you do that with a high megapixel camera, you still preserve sufficient image quality that you can see, I can still zoom in, and it's still looking good, correct? So that one is, but the image started being landscape, but I crop it vertically, correct? Created a portrait, but the image still have, because you're dealing with a 45 megapixel camera, you still have plenty of resolution, correct? I mean, look at that. Now, if I would have shot that one with a lower megapixel camera, the image start falling apart, correct? So I can take this vertical portion and still make a big print out of it. You guys can still hear me, correct?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
so
you understand that. It's just that it depends on what you want to do it. So for birders, what you're saying is you get the higher
Exactly.
pixel camera, but for like portrait, you don't need the higher megapixel. Z6 III would be perfect.
Exactly, but
Yeah.
so that is why we need the high megapixel camera, correct?
So do you think they should get the Z7 III or just use the Z8?
Z8.
Yeah, because they don't need a Z7 III. And some people are questioning, why do we need a 60 megapixel camera? Look at the A7R5. What
No,
else?
you don't.
Yeah.
You have other negative things that come into play when you start going really higher than
Correct.
50, you know.
So,
And,
look at the medium format cameras, slow, but, you take your time taking pictures. But
So anyway, so that's the reason, Randall,
yeah.
for somebody like me, correct, and Wayne. See, I mean that's why we want the high megapixel, correct, cameras, right? So that you can get a decent, in this case, portrait out of a landscape photo. But when I was taking the picture, I already knew that I was going to crop it this fashion, correct? Because the composition was such that the bird was kind of standing, correct?
Mhm.
So you're already taking the advantage in the field on the subject that you have at hand, and how you're going to work with that subject with the camera that you have, which in this case is a 45 megapixel. So
So I got a question for you. Would you rather use a teleconverter or would you crop the picture?
well, I answered that 2 weeks ago, and I,
well, that depends
did for Roy's benefit.
it depends on what era your teleconverters were made. Let's put it that
Exactly.
way.
Agreed.
but with the new teleconverters, I will put the teleconverter. Right?
Yeah.
So for sure.
Yeah, the Z teleconverter is pretty good.
Yeah.
Especially on a low megapixel camera.
Exactly. Exactly. I think Mossman is making a good point here. But you have to. I mean, people forget these are tools, correct? So you need to be like a good carpenter, a good mechanic. You know the tools that you have, and those tools will take you so far, correct? And then you use them to accomplish your goals, correct? I think at the end of the day, it's us that decide to take the photo. Well, except when you use auto capture, but that's a different subject altogether. But even when you use,
I'm gonna show a few pictures from David.
yes, let me step out here of this one.
And so let me show some pictures from David. There's a handful of shots in here with different poses, so we'll just throw them up one at a time.
Aha.
So so what's funny about what you'll see in these pictures, and I just threw them up here, or they may not be in the optimum order. Unfortunately, I'm just throwing them up here to share them. But I made a comment to him that let me get the next one here or find another one.
And David, that's a yellow shafted northern flicker.
So I told him here. I said, "Are you?" I says, he was in a hide, and I says, "Are you yelling at the birds and say, 'Bang, you're dead,' you know?" And they're pretending that they're dead and they're laying on the ground, because he had a whole series of shots here where this bird was basically dropping itself down on the ground and then rolling over on its back, and as if he was like orchestrating the whole thing and telling this bird, play dead or whatever, and the bird's like doing it. It was like kind of funny. I'll put up another one here. Like,
mites or whatever that's in their wings.
It's just pretty funny. it looks like he's just telling it to play dead, and it's playing dead.
So the question is, what David is doing to the bird?
I don't know what David did to the bird. He says it's having a dust bath because it was basically rolling around in the dirt.
Now,
rolling
David,
around in the dirt, having a good old time.
So David may not know this, but northern flickers, and I told you, and this is a particular one which you call the yellow shafted. Okay, sometimes when they do this, all birds take dust baths, but the northern flicker, they also take ant baths. So if I would have seen this, and David, if you see it again tomorrow, you can go and look at that area to find out whether there were ants, because the northern flicker, the other thing they do when they do this, they try to take some of the formic acid that some ants expel to put in the plumage.
Okay. Interesting.
But these guys particularly do that because they also are very they're out of the woodpeckers. They belong to the woodpecker family. This is one type of woodpecker that actually eat ants. So anyway, David, there you have it. You now you have an assignment.
And no ants there. They used to be in a pit there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me clear up a few things here on my screen here. I got so much junk.
And you have to remind everybody that the next photo review is coming in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I'll put that up right now. We will. We only currently have 22 images, guys, and we are getting close. So we want to coerce you folks into sending us some more images. And we've been very fortunate where we've had 80 plus the last 2 shows, which granted may be a little bit of work on my end, but if there's one show I don't mind preparing stupidly for, it's the photo review. I really that's kind of like that's like my favorite show that we do. I mean, this one other than technical difficulties, I think everybody got a lot of good information from everybody on the panel, and because we all obviously watched a lot of the YouTube videos from a lot of different content creators out there, along with the presentation that Nikon did on the Z6 III. So unfortunately, like I said, we're not ones that get a camera sent to us where we can play with it. But at least Randall and Gustavo got to hold it anyway, and and it feels like a comfortable pair of shoes. You know, I mean, it's not like you put it in your hand and you go, oh, this doesn't feel like a Nikon. No, it feels like a Nikon. And that's probably one of the things that I appreciate the most about the brand is that they've had exceptional ergonomics for decades, and when you have something that's good, you don't mess with it, you know. So it's kind of like think of it like a Honda car, right? Honda cars, I've owned a lot of them. They're not exciting vehicles. People don't turn their heads when they see you driving one. But you know, the control, you buy one and you buy another one 10 years later, it fits you like a glove. It looks familiar. The buttons probably haven't changed on the dashboard. You know where everything is. You don't have to read a 500-page manual to use it. And it's kind of like that way to me with the Nikon is you can pick up so many of these cameras in their lineup and just feel very comfortable with it in your hand and feel like you're just ready to go. And granted, you know, the menu systems on all these camera brands are I'm not going to say they're bad. What people call bad sometimes with menus isn't that the menu really is bad. It's just that there's so many choices it gets confusing. It's not that they're bad. It's just they're so powerful. These cameras can do so much stuff, and you can make it do so many things in a customizable way, the way that you want it to work. That yeah, you know, people that are new to photography and they go and they buy a A7R4 or they buy an A1 or they buy a Canon you know, R5 or an R5 or a Z8 or a Z9. You know, if you haven't, if that's like your first camera, I'm going to do one of these to you. Good luck, because you don't realize what you just walked into, because there's so many settings. And the reality is, though, is once you understand what these settings do and you set it, then there's only a handful that you mess with afterwards. There's only a handful that you may go back and change and put it in a U1, U2, U3 bank or a shooting bank or do something different like that. But that initial learning curve and that initial setup on your camera, it can definitely break your spirit if you haven't done it before and it's new to you. It can be complicated, but thankfully you do have a lot of good people on YouTube that have setup guides and kind of help you get started, you know, give you a place to start. And then as you use the camera more and more, you customize it the way you know. So you're lucky that you have to get information, and it doesn't cost you anything.
I would like to see like an
Here,
icon-based
I'll throw
system.
up my advertising that I usually don't do. You know, send us a like, comment, and subscribe. Feel free to send me an email at any time. You know, whether it's criticism or complimentary email, it could be critical. I mean, like I said, I had some comments made that I brought up at the beginning of the show of things that someone picked up on and brought to my attention that we need to do better at. Hopefully we did better at it tonight. Tonight's show wasn't the best show to try to do better at keeping up with the chat because it was a big topic, a long topic, but I think we did pretty good as far as I know. So if we did not, let me know. If we stunk, let me know. If you don't like the color of my shirt, I won't wear this color shirt anymore. I don't care. Just tell me what you don't like, what you don't like. But and here's let me throw up. I want people to send me their send me a email with your channel information, because what I would like to do is near the end of the show every week is to like put up, like Greg Wilson's channel, and I'd like to throw up Wayne's channel and Randall's channel, and anybody that has a channel that comes on the chat, send me your channel information, and I'll set up a caption here in Restream, and at the end of the show, I'll put up everybody's information, and then hopefully you can get some more subscribers or get more people that watch your channel. It's the least I can do. You guys are nice enough to participate in visiting and or coming on the panel on my show. I want to reciprocate and get people to go to your channel and your show. So
And we always, Jeff, I'm talking on your behalf, but we always welcome new people in the panel, correct?
yeah, absolutely. Anybody, granted, I mean,
Regulars, the
we have a cast of characters that are regulars, and I send an email invite out to everybody every week, and if depending on people's schedules or whatever, they come or they don't come. It's up to them. But we're open to anybody in the chat. Anybody in the chat wants to come on the panel. All you gotta do is email me. Say, send me the link. Send me the missing link. I'll send you the missing link. You can click on it. You can get in here. You can be on the panel, and you could be famously underpaid like all the rest of us.
Or just put it in the chat if you want to join during the session, right? Right, Jeff? They can put in the chat during the
Absolutely.
session, and you can send them the link.
Right. You can just type in there in the chat, hey, I want to come on. Okay. I'll say, okay, send me an email. I'll send you a link. We're good. Get people on here. I mean, fresh faces are good. And, I wish, see, Joey's letting us down, guys. Next time Joey comes on, we got to pick on him and say, that he's supposed to drum up the young audience and get the young audience to come and visit us, because our demographics are probably, average age 55,
I think Joey's got fully entrenched in the Panasonic camp. Not that we're all Nikon people, most of us are, but some of us shoot other brands as well.
Yeah, and I chose not to pick. Yeah, I mean, I chose not to pick on him about the Panasonic controversy. If you noticed, I'd never brought it up. I didn't want to put him on the spot and make him be uncomfortable on the show with their advertising pictorials.
That's
I
all
said, I'll be kind. I'm not gonna.
I think Panasonic got a big enough.
I didn't want to pick on
that one.
I think
yeah, they did.
It's sold out. Because I see a lot of people getting the S9 for some, so.
Yeah, there is a market for it. We may not, on the older side. A lot of times, to remind myself, try to think like. Go ahead, Randall.
Yeah, the Z30, all right. I've had problems with it because it overheated. But especially when living in a warmer climate, it just overheats. Yes, there's no record time limit for video, but it got hot and it overheated. Just like the Z7 II, I could have it as a live and it would shut down because it's overheating. And I'm not recording anything and stuff. So people want a simple camera. They don't need a viewfinder. They just use the LCD screen. They want to flip you out. They want to do their selfies or show their products or whatever, quick, fast, and that's it, and take pictures. So they want it small enough to carry around. That's why I'm surprised that they're talking about point and shoots are going downhill.
Well,
look, Fuji, version 6, still doing it. You can't even get it in to my local camera store. So
The one thing I think is a lot of time when we see the influencers on YouTube, most are not thinking about what someone else's needs are. It's more towards what their needs are. So it's kind of hard. And from a human perspective, most of the time we are looking at things from our own perspective more so than someone else's perspective. Because I can clearly say I was in a camp of people who did not want to flip a screen on my camera. That's why I didn't want to go mirrorless. But when the Z6 came out and I see what it was, I liked it. Here we are, how many years later, and I'm doing more video and realize that it's more useful for situations when I have to record myself. But I never thought about it from that standpoint. I walk around with this every day, and most of the time, I will have the Z8 on my shoulder, and I'll go for the Z8 before I take this out in a scenario. And I've gotten tapped on the shoulder in Malaysia because they always have signs up in the malls over there, like, no filming. But people are all over the place with these things, taking pictures of prices in the store and all that stuff, and talking to friends, and nobody bothers them, right? So I have to start paying attention to like what's going on around me. And then when the S9 came out and all these guys were poo-pooing the S9, I'm like, it's not for you. It's for the other people who want the simple thing, but want some of the newer technology. And I think that's where it's going to do well.
The problem is, Wayne, you bring any kind of camera into a mall environment, they say, "Oh, you're a professional," but you sit there with a camera and they go, "That's okay. It's just a camera." And
Camera phone, yeah.
you could get away. You could get away with anything with a camera. I mean,
With
with
a
a
phone.
phone. As soon as you bring in a camera, oh man, oh no, get out of here, go away.
Yeah.
yeah, try
It's
to
really
bring it
funny.
in where they do gambling, and they'll send the police. He says, "No, you got to."
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Some of the phones have great telephoto zooms. So
And then
They do.
extra lenses. And extra lenses too.
Yes.
Yeah,
I actually have a
how many
Sony.
phones
Go ahead, Jeff.
I was just gonna say, how many phones like this phone isn't exactly new, but it's got 3 lenses on it.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yep. I have
You
the
know.
Sony 1.4, and it has a periscope type lens where it's up to 120 millimeters. I got it when I got A7R5 as like a gift. I rarely use it, but every so often I play around with it and I'm like, man, this thing is pretty good. It's it's all optical. It's not digital zoom. And now the iPhone 15 has optical zoom up to 120 as well. So these things are there. We don't have to put on a big lens on it to be able to get closer to someone. And that's what these guys don't realize. It's just like, you see a camera and it's a professional thing and they think you're trying to somehow make money off of stuff, not realize that everybody who can afford one just buys one. It doesn't mean that they have to be doing professional work and need a signed release to take pictures in the store. You're not bothering the vloggers that are walking around with these cameras. It's weird.
And Wayne, and
Yeah,
probably somebody that want to do mischief, correct? Probably would
exactly.
prefer to use a phone than a
Yes,
bulky big camera with a long telephone.
exactly. Exactly. All right, guys, things are getting noisy over here. We got dump trucks backing in and picking up trash and kids starting to play. I don't know if you guys can hear it in the background, but I keep have to mute the microphone.
No, it's
So,
pretty good.
okay, good.
yeah, I
I
can't hear
haven't
it.
I haven't heard anything all night.
Oh, that's good. A lot of time I put it on mute because if I can hear it, I figure maybe you guys can hear it, so I hit the mute.
I haven't heard anything. So
Okay, good. The kids are screaming outside now.
yeah. They
No,
always
it's been fine.
Okay. No, it was fine earlier on. Now people are awake. And the
We
kids are
can,
like
we
running
can
past
tell the kids we can out scream them.
Well, Wayne, just
Yeah.
like you were saying, correct? I mean, everybody goes
We can out
everywhere with a
scream
phone.
them if we have to.
But if you show, let's say, God forbid, you get closer to a school or something with a big camera, which is a big no-no, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
but everybody, even the kids, take the cameras to the school with the phone, right?
Yep.
So anyway, it's I don't think it's double standard. It's mostly not understanding the capabilities of the camera. But we wildlife people, we get it, right? You are in a park and they see you with a big lens, and they say, "Oh, you must be looking at something that is so far away, and you must look every single detail." They say, "Well, reality, the binoculars that you're using are probably having a better image
Hmm.
than when you're looking from this long telephoto." Okay,
Yeah, but they don't realize that. They just say bigger camera means you're doing so much more. And I know
exactly.
when I was in Arizona, if I started filming in a park someplace and the kids come in and start playing with the parents, I'm like, no, because I've seen people, I've been approached by other folks out there. It's a soccer game going on. You're trying to, take some action shots and test out your gear, and the parents are similar think that you're trying to be a pervert by taking pictures of their kids. So it's like, no.
And Kubaratsi makes a good point too. That if it's bad with the cameras, it's even worse with the drones. Correct?
Oh yes, yep.
Yeah.
And you have the drone police will come and harass you.
This is not. This is not.
Yeah, that is
This is
somebody
nuts.
on
It's
the
just.
council who don't know how these things work and don't understand what they can do and just want to ban it.
Yeah.
By the way, you're talking about drones. Jeff, I don't know. I know you follow him too, but Mike Lane, the bird photographer from England, right? The old
Hmm.
guy, he chose some footage of a pie flight catcher, European flight catcher, and he was shooting himself using a drone. He was walking through a forest, and the drone was walking in front of him. That amazing. That if you watching it, I know
Yeah,
you are subscribed to his channel.
that's cool. If you could, yeah, you could be walking through the woods and be filming yourself and talking to your drone basically if you wanted
Exactly.
to.
So instead of using like what it called the Insta 360 with a stick or something like that, correct? He was
Hmm.
actually having the drone filming him as he was walking, and the drone was keeping pace with him. I didn't know you could do that, but I'm not a drone user. Okay?
Yeah.
The lenses on those drones is getting very good too. They used to be crap.
Yes,
Exactly.
they are. Yes, they are.
Well,
And this
aren't
thing,
some of those lenses made by Hasselblad
Yep.
Yeah.
on those drones?
and that drone, Roy, was like this big only, right? And when he
Yes.
wanted to retrieve the drone, how he had to do a gesture, and the gesture was just like that, and the
Yeah.
drone would come and land in his hand. I mean,
Hmm.
what the hell?
So that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. There's so many new technologies today that are making things much easier and simpler to do. Well, it
Yeah,
used to be, you know, what we would consider easy because we've gotten used to it over the years is complicated for these new users. I'm picking my iPad, I'm trying to do some things on it. The kid takes it from me and he can play around and do certain things. I'm like, I didn't know I could do that. Because they're more so used to the newer technology and we're still trying to figure them out.
exactly,
So when I see some of these things, I think, I get these phones and all these things, and I probably don't use half of the features that it can actually do. You give it to a kid, and he's showing you all these things that it actually can do. You're
Sure.
like, wow.
A 3-year-old child knows how to use your phone better than you or I do.
I can
exactly,
probably figure out your password much faster too if you forget it.
exactly.
Uh-oh, Roy's got a toy. Roy's got a toy.
Roy's toy.
Is that
The
an old
joy.
toy? Is that an old toy or a new toy?
No, it's 6 months.
Oh,
It's new. That one
yeah.
has sensors in front, back, and top for cameras
Yeah.
for avoidance. Is
Hardly
that the
presses anything.
which one is that one?
That's a Pro 4.
Oh,
DJI Pro 4.
okay.
Weighs nothing. You can
Yeah,
fold it
they've
up and
gotten
just put it in your bag.
the battery technology is getting better. So the battery is the biggest weights in those things.
Like,
And I think like
that's
most,
nothing in your bag. It's
yeah.
the size of a small lens.
Ah man, yeah. DJI and Hasselblad.
Yeah.
DJI Hasselblad. But I was using that today.
You fly that in the forest behind your house.
Yes, how'd you guess? Chase the birds.
Yeah, get the birds. See, Gustavo, you cost Roy more money now because now he's using a drone to get more bird
Hey,
pictures.
I'm not a drone
You're
user.
really costing everybody a lot of money.
No, I'm not a drone user. You cannot blame me for that one. I take responsibility for other things, but not for that one. But indeed, Jeff. I mean, this guy Mike Lane, correct? We talk about fieldcraft, correct?
Yeah.
I think people were referring as Steve Perry talking about fieldcraft with a 24 megapixel camera. All that is true, correct? But this guy, Mike Lane, he has most fieldcraft than almost anybody, correct? He is, he spent a lot of hours and uh, in heights and all. That's what is required, correct? At the end of the day, that's what is required. I guarantee you that guy was shooting good quality bird photography. Oh, he have been shooting good quality bird photography for the last 40 years, correct?
Yeah.
He just, the new technology just makes things easy for him, correct? So anyway, I recommend that channel because I like his fieldcraft, correct? Like Steve Perry has excellent fieldcraft,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah.
But this guy Mike Lane is an emeritus in bird photography.
Yeah, it's it's when I was a kid, there's you're a kid, you always say, oh, when I grow up I want to be, someone might say I grow up I want to be a fireman, or somebody says I want to grow up and be a teacher, or I just as you yourself, Gustavo, I was very active. I was very active in scuba diving, and when I was young, I mean, I was very much into Jacques Cousteau, on watching all his specials on TV, and Ron and Valerie Taylor with their expertise with sharks and footage they shot of sharks. And so part of my life growing up, I thought I was going to be like, I'll be the next Jacques Cousteau. I'll get on a ship and I'll live on the ocean, and I'll never get married, and I'll just be diving all the time. And well, that fell apart. Then that didn't happen. Although I did go to Woods Hole Oceanographic Institute and try to
Oh,
get a job as a scuba diver.
wow.
But they didn't need one. But I mean, if I had gotten that job as a scuba diver, I would have been on the ocean diving for a long time.
That's
And
Jeff in another universe.
Jeff, yeah, in the multi Earth 2, I am out on the ocean all the time on Earth
Exactly.
2. And then because I always liked cameras, because my mom was a huge influence on me, because she was the photographer for everybody in the family, not just our immediate family, but I mean everybody, her brothers, her sisters, or no one shot a camera other than my mom, so she took everything. And so I back in when being young, there used to be local camera stores, local, like on Main Street. There was a camera store on Main Street, 2 miles away from my house or whatever.
Every shopping mall.
Yeah, and every shopping mall. You had a Ritz Photo or whatever, right?
Yes.
So I said, gee, I'd like to own a camera store, or I'd like to, work in a camera store and eventually own a camera store. And you know what? If I had the opportunity today, I would still do it. But the difference is that I would never sell anybody something they didn't need.
Right.
Okay, it wouldn't be like, oh, the Fuji rep's telling me, hey, push our product and we'll give you an extra 5%, on your on what you get, in the shop, and then all of a sudden you're pushing Fuji. It would be see, I'd never make any money if I owned a photo store, because my logic would be talk to the customer, find out what they use now, understand what do they like to shoot. Is there anything else they want to shoot down the road? Try to find the right camera, irregardless of the brand. What would really be the best system for them? And no camera shop has the time to spend that kind of time with each person individually. But that's the kind of person I would want to be trying to sell camera stuff. Is make sure the person walks away with what works for them. So like I said, I'd be a very poor camera shop owner, because I just wouldn't be able to handle more than one customer an hour. I wouldn't make any money, I wouldn't
But
make
dealing
any
with the
money.
public, Jeff, is always wonderful.
You'd have to be like this guy in Hong Kong that
Now,
has like vintage cameras in your store. You spend an hour and you charge like way more money than the camera actually costs because it's vintage.
Yeah.
You guys ever see the program on that guy?
yes.
There was something on YouTube about it.
I watch Japan vintage cameras and a few others, and I like watching. Who was it I was talking about earlier today? Did a review on the Pentax 17, but there's a handful of old vintage camera channels that I watch on occasion.
It was Gordon Lane, right?
Gordon Lang?
Yeah, he did the Pentex one. He did pretty good.
Oh, I haven't seen those.
Yeah.
The old camera shops in the big cities, correct? Like when I mean, if you were to go to Germany,
Yeah.
and you go to Frankfurt and you get to buy a camera in Frankfurt, that was an excellent experience. The people that were on the other side of the counter, the same with Singapore. When I lived in Brunei and I went to buy some camera gear in Singapore, wow, that was like, I presume the only place that nowadays that you can get that experience is probably B&H or something like that, right? But
No, there's some shops. They're like like the one in Malaysia where John is. Not everybody's older. Even like Mr. Wu can give you a whole history on all the different brands that's out there. But when I was in Singapore, there was a shop I came across that was like that. The guys are older guys, photo people. They're into the gear. They know what to talk about and what to direct you to the purchase. And when you ask questions about certain equipment, they can answer you and let you know which one is better versus another one. Some places, the people don't even use the stuff; they just sell. They're not camera people. It's like going to Best Buy and they're just trying to sell you something. They don't know the equipment.
Yeah.
so Jeff, I don't know if you are seeing the chat, but
Yeah.
some people are having a lot of fun.
Yeah,
In addition to that last very serious comment from Jim, but
Yeah, that's sad. I'm sorry. That's too bad. That's sad. It really is.
Yeah.
97.
But in '97, you definitely lived a life. That's for sure. In '97.
It's 97, and anything above 85 is a life to be celebrated.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm going on 92 myself. Tonight I feel like I'm 92.
Well, good that you and me don't have any hair to tear off, because otherwise you would have been in bad situation there.
When you could still pull off hair, you just have to do nose hairs or armpits.
But you got some new.
Guys, I'm gonna call it a day. The wife's antsy. So I'll see you guys in the next time. We can hang out if we don't end up going out to the Gobi or one of the other side for the weekend.
Well, thanks for coming on. I know that you had a big interest in the Z6 III, and are looking to get one, and I hope you have a lot of fun with it and put together a little review. I mean, obviously you're going to do one on your show, but you can maybe give
Yeah.
us a little 10-minute overview of what you like or don't like once you get it. And same thing with Randall. And because and like I said, we have people on here that we joke, Nikon centric, but we talk all brands. And if there's anybody in there that has a Sony camera and they want to do a talk about this Sony camera or a Fuji camera or what have you, you're welcome to come on and do a talk about any camera brand you want. Doesn't matter. I mean, because this is a photography channel. We may lean a certain way right now, but we've all leaned certain ways and then changed which way we lean. So it depends which way the wind blows sometimes, right? So, but a good camera is a good camera, no matter who makes it. So
That's it.
anybody out there is willing to put something together. You could talk about any camera that you wish to, and come on and do a little pitch, because that's what we want this channel to be about. Everybody learns a little something, and the more we know about other brands, we can, if everybody liked a certain feature on another brand enough, you start doing a writing campaign to Nikon, and you say, hey, why don't you have blanky blank that that Fuji does, or that Sony does, or that Canon does, and say, that looks really cool. You guys should do that too. I mean, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
All right. Well, Randall will probably get before I do, because I am not going to make the flight over the stick to Malaysia and come back like last time. I'm going to wait until end of August, when I get back to Malaysia before I get mine.
And it may take a while. They told me on B&H I was on the waiting list and back ordered, and my camera store didn't say anything. All they told me was I was number 46. So.
All right. Well, let me take off. We can
Have
keep
a good
talking.
one,
I gotta go. I'll see you guys.
Thank you. Take care.
All right. Take care.
Have a good night, or good day for you.
Good day. Yeah.
And yeah, so Roy's saying, everybody's saying his Z8 is an overkill for his webcam.
Well, he said that about my ZF too. So
Yeah.
Makes a good webcam.
yeah.
2 USB ports.
2 USB ports, yeah. Yeah, but that's it looks like that's kind of strange that's the only camera. The Z8's the only one that has two. I mean, obviously it came out after the Z9. You can't go and add it to the Z9, but it'll be interesting if they come out with a Z9 II a year from now or 2 years from now, whether or not they'll put two ports on that or not.
So the question here on the discussion of the lineup, and that's actually a question that would have been good to have early on. But the question, having now gone through the lineup, C9, C8, CF, C6 III, what should be next? Would it be good for them to have a C5 II with something under or around $1,000?
Oh yeah. I think they need the Z5. The Z5 is long on the tooth competition anymore. It's not really. You look at that price point, you compare it to other brands' price points. It doesn't have as many features. Unfortunately, it's only like maybe two. It only needs like 2 or 3 tweaks, and it would be as good or better than anybody else's as well. So it doesn't need a lot of work to make it best in class for its price point. But I think they do need to upgrade to Z5. And then they got to decide. And I've heard different stories. I am not someone. I shot APS-C for quite a few years. I had APS-C cameras. I don't have preconceived or hatred towards APS-C cameras whatsoever. I understand what makes them attractive to a lot of camera buyers. And I know a lot of people want to see, or a fair amount of people want to see, whether you want to call it a Z500 or a Z90 or whatever you want to call it, make up a name, doesn't matter. However, I think the problem is when you look at the price points now in the Nikon lineup and how, everything is like, somewhere in the $500 to $1,000 range separation between all these incremental cameras. If people out there are saying, I'll definitely buy an APS-C D500 mirrorless camera, but it's got to be, as tough as nails. It's got to have robust weather sealing. It's got to have the best of this and the best of that. And the problem is, I think what the Nikon's problem is that it won't fit into a window of available pricing. It may end up being like $200 less than a Z8 or $300 less than a Z8, and to satisfy what everybody is claiming they want and what they want in that camera is going to make it a very pricey camera. And if someone looks at it and says, gee, I could get a Z8 for $300 more and I can go in DX crop mode and I'm kind of close enough, to the megapixel count. I'm not gonna buy the Z90 or the Z500. It's not worth what they want for it. And I think that's their problem. And it's kind of a problem that they have with the Z7 III too, in my opinion. I see them kind of in a situation where, to me, the only way it makes sense, whether I agree with it or not, to do a Z7 III camera is you slow it down. You slow down the frame rate. You make it so it has an extremely fantastic, maybe you make that camera 16-bit. Do something like really exciting like that. Make it 16-bit. Maybe it ends up being a 61 megapixel sensor or a 55 megapixel sensor or something, and you make it so it's optimized for portrait work and landscape work and stuff like that, and it's a slower process, and then you can maybe justify sticking it in the lineup. But you don't need another 45 megapixel camera. You don't need, and now after the Z6 III, I'd say you don't really need another 24.5 megapixel camera either.
And that's why I think that with this new generation of camera, with this capability, correct, is the $1,000 to $1,500. That is the gap now.
Well, the Z8, Roy says 500 more. I mean, the Z8 right now is selling for $3,500 versus $2,500, so it's $1,000 difference. Not
So
500.
right in between is like the Z7 III, maybe, but it depends if they're going to do it.
Yeah, I mean, a Z7 III would have to be, it would have to be $3,000.
Yeah.
If you go by the logic, if you go by, okay, Z6 III, 2,500, Z7 III, $3,000, Z8, 3,500.
The line should be like what, 4,000, but they keep it up at 55. So.
I mean, they're not going to price the Z9 that much cheaper because the competition for that camera is even more expensive than it is already by a lot.
Yeah.
Because
it's still the top camera, I think. So.
Well, it stays at the top of the game because Nikon's been very good with the firmware updates.
So you think if they do make a Z7 III, let's say with a higher megapixel, it'll be a slower shutter speed, but would it be in that 3,000 range, or would it go to like the $4,000 range, higher than the Z8?
Well, if it's a higher megapixel camera, you got to balance. Okay, when I say a slower camera, well, what does a slower camera mean? 14 frames per second versus
Well,
20.
not even that fast, probably 10.
Yeah. So I mean, if they really make it and if it's 16-bit or something crazy like that, yeah. Then if they make it 16-bit with a higher megapixel sensor, then they could probably sell it for $4,000. They could probably price it higher than a Z8, a little less than a Z9, less than a Z9, but higher than a Z8. But I don't know that Nikon's been very smart. I mean, we can criticize them all we want, but I think they've been very smart where they are not going to, no matter how much people bellyache and complain about a certain camera they may want, if they don't feel that there's a big enough market to make it worthwhile, you or I can want it and complain about it till the cows come home, and it isn't going to matter because they have been making very smart marketing choices with the cameras that they've been putting out there. And they've all been, like home runs, making a ton of money for them, being on back order, making them a lot of money. And they're not going to make a camera where they're not going to make a decent amount of money on it. They're just not going to do it. No, just because there's a small group of people that want it. So we'll see. It would be cool if they made they talk about a rangefinder camera. I mean, and I don't know really where that started from, but I mean, if you made something that was, well, you did, you made, the Nikon SP was the best rangefinder, probably the best rangefinder camera ever made. Period. It was better than, and many people felt it was better than a Leica. And of course, they had the limited edition version that they came out with, which right now, if you wanted to buy it, you're going to spend over $5,000 for it with one lens. But if you made a digital rangefinder camera, interchangeable lenses, it would be interesting, but I don't know how many people would buy it.
What about a film camera? A lot of people were talking about that too, but you go back to the FM3A, so
not enough market, and film isn't cheap. And the problem is, you know what? I mean, I got a lot of film cameras, and my problem, and I talked to my friend Bob about it because he shoots a lot with a medium format TLR. I got the Raleigh and a few others, and he's got I think it's Mamiya, not a Mamiya. Let's see, what's the other one? I'm drawing a blank. But anyway, he'll use it a lot. But I'll say, well, the problem is that in the end, it's a digital image. It's not like, fine, you went through the exercise, you shot with a film camera, you took your time, you did everything that you think is going to give you a good image, and then the bottom line is you send it out, and there isn't anybody out there that's going to take that film and make you a print from an enlarger. It's all going to be digitized. Then you're going to pay extra to have it scanned, what resolution you want it scanned at. Then you get the thing back. Then you put it in your Lightroom or whatever program you use. Then you tweak it a little bit, and then you got to send it out to somebody, and then you got to print it. It's not a cost effective. It's not cost effective anymore, and you're not truly getting the benefit of of the film experience, because the enlarger isn't part of the process anymore. You're digitizing everything, so it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. So I don't know. I got that's my only personal disappointment with. I mean, not that I still shoot the film once in a while, but
Well, my camera store is starting to put in that film stuff, and they haven't had it before. So apparently, a lot of people are just buying the, even the instant ones. So it's
well, yeah. I mean, Kodak makes a relatively inexpensive, much cheaper half frame camera than the one that the Pentax 17. I mean, it's not the same. It's not anywhere near the same build quality. It's a lot cheaper, but it's probably $130 or something like that. You can get a Kodak half frame camera. So kids are looking at just well, hey, just like when we were kids, all it takes is nowadays with social media, all it takes is a handful of people to say, this is so cool, guys. Look what I got. I like it. It's great. It's a whole different experience, and it spreads like wildfire. And all of a sudden, all these kids are shooting point and shoot film cameras again. It's like, it's kind of funny, but it doesn't take much for something to catch on in today's society. Because word travels fast, and it shows up on all these social media platforms, and it just takes off.
it's kind of like a wave. So everybody jumps on the bandwagon, and then the next new product comes out, and then they forget about that, and they go to that one. So
people talk about the Z9H or whatever, and personally, the global shutter cameras, to me, you have to get rid of the negatives that are associated with doing that.
And the cost.
You have to get rid of, you have to still offer a base ISO of 100 or 64. You still have to, like I said, most of the cost of that Sony camera is that sensor, and there's no doubt about it. You have to make it more affordable. You have to get rid of the, the noise, the ISO range is horrible on it. It has other problems, and there's not a lot of. There is no such thing as inexpensive flash solutions to take advantage of that speed that you can shoot with. I think most people said that if you needed a flash that could actually take advantage of what's in that camera, it's going to be a $20,000 flash. It's not going to be something that you buy at the store for $299. It's going to be
synchronizing the flash with the cameras a pain.
Yeah, it's going to be something that's going to cost you an arm and both legs to get.
Jeff, but I saw a presentation. So actually, it was a good presentation for B&H on somebody using the A3 and the A9 III, and actually the Sony flashes, the $300 and the $500, can synchronize well.
At some speeds they will trigger.
Yeah, but they're not gonna do the 80,000th of a second shutter speed type stuff.
Apparently, one of those can do it.
They're saying that they got one that's $300 that'll do that.
If you look at the B&H presentation, there was a B&H, the Sony one, the Sony brand.
Yeah,
because they're working with their ecosystem, correct? So it was an interesting flash photography presentation. Look at it; it's pretty interesting. But I mean, one global shutter will come for sure at one time.
Well, the big push the partners, there was two things that they said, this is why you can't live without it. One was for flash photography.
Yeah.
But if you're not a person that does flash photography, it doesn't matter. You know, if you don't do any like real intricate flash photography, it doesn't matter.
Exactly.
And the second thing was, oh, you're not going to have any rolling shutter. But the fact of the matter is, you don't have any rolling shutter with the Z9
Already.
or the Z8, and you're not paying that anywhere near as much for the camera. So unless you're doing, you know, a lot of fancy flash setups that definitely are in a small percentile, or you need the crazy fast shutter speed. You need the crazy fast frames per second for sports. You know, Roy could tell you, hey, you know, find a Sports Illustrated magazine from 25 years ago and tell me that those images suck that were taken with a digital, with a, you know, a D5 or a D3, a D5, D6, and those were not high frame. They were high frame per second cameras for their time, but not relative to today. And they did good. They did very good. They did better than good. They did extremely good.
But as
So,
computer power progresses, right, which typically does, correct, exponentially, then a kind of global shutter would be a simpler solution, right? Because it's like having no shutter. That's what I like, having no shutter. It's a more elegant, actually, elegant solution, correct?
yeah,
So I think
go ahead. I was just going to answer Ray's question quick. I guess my ramble about film. Yeah, the ZF is a phenomenal camera for having a camera that reminds you of the film experience because of how the controls are and how you use the camera. But the thing is too, you do have a front and rear dial as well, and depending on how you set up your camera, you can make it behave like a Z6, okay, or you can make it behave like a vintage camera. And it is a great camera, and I was shocked, to be honest with you. Mozman used my camera briefly when we got together, and he had it set on JPEG, and I don't usually shoot JPEGs. And I went out with the camera and I shot, and I didn't check the settings, and I ended up coming home with a bunch of JPEG files. But I'll tell you, when those shots out of camera, JPEG out of camera, were phenomenal.
Yeah.
They were extremely good. They were extremely good. They were really, really, really good. I could have taken them in RAW, but I mean, it was not just an acceptable picture without any picture control settings, and just right out of the camera JPEG.
But the question is,
exceptional pictures.
The question, was he messing with you when he left the camera in JPEG?
No.
I don't think so. But I'm kind of glad he did, because I would not have otherwise shot in JPEG ever, more than likely. And I was very impressed with it. Very impressed with it.
You see, I guess correctly. He was messing with you.
He could, but he could have been. I don't know.
Exactly.
I don't know. I never know with.
I didn't use the JPEG. I just left it on.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. The next time you're going to find your menu in Japanese or something. So be careful about this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's just I think photography. As Wayne's, for a little bit I could hear from Wayne, about technological improvements and advancements and things like this, and how it's driving us to working harder to get more and all this kind of stuff. But the bottom line is this hobby is extremely expensive. This hobby is extremely expensive.
And now you're telling us.
And you know what? And that's why I think a lot of is why I think Fuji's doing really well, because a lot of their cameras, some of their cameras are fixed lens cameras. It's one lens on the camera body. It's small, it's light, it's compact. It's not $4,000. And so there's a market for that. People that really just want a camera to just take simple pictures like your mom and dad took when we were kids. My mom never had a camera with multiple lenses on it, or multiple lenses. She had she had a Kodak Pony 4 that I still have on the shelf. That's a viewfinder camera. It's not even a rangefinder. It's a viewfinder camera with zone focusing. Okay, that was the most advanced camera that she had. Everything prior to that was either brownies or Polaroid land cameras. That type of stuff. And that's what people used back in the 60s and the 50s and the 60s. Your average, that's why Kodak was so. Kodak sold more stuff than anybody.
Exactly.
Instamatics, laugh as you will. They sold more Instamatics have been sold than any other camera ever made. The only one that was laughing was Kodak, laughing all the way to the bank when everybody was bringing in their film cartridge, their film cartridges to get developed.
So Jeff, you just slightly different topic, but you chose something interesting there that caught my eye. So those plexiglass boxes that you have from some of your vintage camera, are they made? They are made already on that size, or do you?
No, they're made at that size, and what they are is they're actually cases that are made for models, for like model cars.
Oh, okay.
And they have different sizes. So, I got a bigger size for the Raleigh. And then I've got a smaller size here. Well, I'll show you the different scenarios. So I got a smaller size here.
Okay.
For my my Leica copy, my Nikon.
Beautiful.
My Nikon lens.
Beautiful.
So I got a smaller size one for that.
Okay. And that open in the top?
Yeah, you just lift it up.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You just lift it up.
So it's like a proper case display, correct? So when you lift it up, you lift the top and the sides and leave a plat in the bottom with the camera?
Yeah, here's I just lifted it off. This is the top.
Beautiful.
This is the top. So,
And you get those through eBay?
No, I got them at a hobby store.
Okay.
That sells that sells model. It was in the same area where they sell model cars.
Okay.
And then I've got the real big case. So here's my Nikon, my Mint FM3 Nikon with the motor drive.
Beautiful.
And the manuals are in there too.
Fantastic.
They fit it all in the case. So eventually I'm going to buy the cases a little bit at a time. And that big case that I just showed you, I figure I could probably fit three rangefinder cameras in it in one case. put 3 in one case.
Exactly.
I don't have to have a separate case for each camera. I could put 2 or 3 cameras depending on the size in one of those big cases.
Yeah, I know that people that build, like you were saying, that build models, correct? Airplanes or model cars and all that kind of stuff. Yes, it's a pain in the neck if they get dirty, correct? So for sure.
Oh, yeah, if you build models or you buy those collector cars, the high detailed cars that cost like $300, $400, $500. That's what those cases are perfect for that. And I figured, well, why not use it for? Let's see if I can fit some cameras in it, and they worked out great.
Oh, fantastic! Now, Roy, what you were telling in the comment, I think is that a good suggestion? I mean, on the silica packs.
Yes. Keep the moisture out.
Yeah.
That's a good thing. Particularly you, Jeffrey, you have a lot of humidity there, correct?
What's that?
There is a lot of humidity in your area.
Oh, yeah, but my house, I have central air, so my house is always my house is always very much temperature controlled.
Perspex cases tend to generate moisture inside.
Well, sometimes when I have my camera on and I forget to turn it off, like I did something, I'll see the sweat or little water droplets when I remove it from the tripod. So that was kind of interesting. Kind of reminded me of my Army days. You wake up in your sleeping bag and you see all the moisture underneath, and I says, "Wow."
Yeah, I gotta find those. I gotta find out where I'm sure I could buy those. Sometimes they have the silica packs that are flat, but then sometimes they have those little cylindrical.
Exactly.
Little. They almost look like a
pill.
Like a pill that have the silica stuff in it. I gotta see. I'm sure that stuff's sold on Amazon. I would assume. I've never bought them before.
Well, how long do they last? Do they last for a couple of months, or?
You can dry them out by putting them on the shelf of a window,
or in the microwave.
Or in the microwave,
yeah,
or in the oven.
But you see, Mossman is saying that exactly that he used to work in a place with a lot of model, and they use those cases too. Beautiful. Very, very well done, Jeff. I love what you did with those displays.
Yeah, I just gotta, I mean, the cases aren't, and it's not like, the cases are anywhere, from, let's say, $10 to $15 a piece, somewhere like that. So you buy them a little at a time. When I go to that store, I buy like a half a dozen, and eventually everything will be in a case, but not in a big hurry.
No.
Luis is taking off. Take care.
All right, Luis.
And Greg's talking about
Shakespeare's
Z6 III being close to the Z8. I mean, it is and it isn't, because the big difference is obviously the sensor size, and you have a fully stacked sensor in the Z8, and there is a slight speed improvement with it. I mean, ever so slight, but for those that like to poke holes and everything, there is a difference.
Well, the nice thing I like
it's your use case, right? And if you can get close enough to your subject, which you can, obviously, if it's people or product or your children or family events, then 24.5 is fine. I mean, when the one person that was on Simon's show basically said, 24 megapixels is, no one needs more than 24. Well, no one should say no one needs more than 24, because then why would people buy medium format cameras? So you don't try to tell the world that, if you need more than 24, there's something wrong with you, type of thing, because no, there are definite, even especially in bird photography, we have a reason why we shoot full frame cameras.
But Jeff, I understand it comes also with a kit with the 24 to 120 f4.
Yeah,
That I mean, you can imagine that would be a great. I mean, somebody that's getting serious into photography doesn't want to shoot with the phone anymore and want to take it then to the next level. That's a killer combination.
that lens, no lie. If someone said, "What lens would you not let me take out of your camera bag?" It would be that 24 to 120. That's one of my favorite lenses I've ever owned. I absolutely love that lens.
So you can imagine with this new Z6 III, getting that combo will make a lot of people very happy, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, I think one of the other kit lenses they're selling it with is, I don't know if is it the, well, let me look through my notes here. I think I had it. Give me a second. Yeah, they're selling it with the 24 to 70 f4 lens as well. And
Also a good lens.
you know, personally, I'd rather have the 20. I'd rather have the 120. I'd rather have the extra reach.
Exactly.
Because what I find if I'm doing street photography, I could be on the other side of the street and I have enough reach to get what I want on the other side of the street, you know.
Exactly.
Whereas, you know, I don't want a lens where, okay, I got to walk in the middle of the road to take the picture and hope I don't get hit by a car, you know.
Exactly.
I get enough reach with that lens, and it is. I guess some would say, well, it isn't a lens with a lot of character because it is sharp corner to corner. But personally, I like detail in my street photography shots. I'm not looking for soft edges. I like it being sharp corner to corner, all across pretty much at every you know, at every f-stop, and that's what I like. But anyway, so yeah, it's but I guess Amazon, Nikon Rumor said at Amazon the Z6 III body the body itself is not available for pre-order, but you can pre-order it with the 24 to 70 f4 kit lens.
Okay.
That's the best part. They do that with multiple cameras. They want the best, more money.
Yeah. But you know, we're really fortunate with what's out there now. I mean, we're spoiled rotten, and we know it.
Exactly. Just go out and shoot.
Yeah, go out and shoot. I mean, your camera, not the other thing.
And that's been going around too. We got a whole bunch of teenagers going around shooting people and taking selfies. You know, it's getting bad.
Well, what was the trend in some of the big cities where somebody would punch somebody as hard as they could and knock them out, or sometimes kill them, knock them down, and then take pictures of them, of it, and think it was so funny to do that. I don't know where the world is going, but I don't like what I see. I don't like what I'm seeing.
Yeah, definitely.
It's not good. But anyway, we are at our 2 o'clock in the morning time restriction, forced on us by the FCC. They do not want me on more than 5 hours a week. They say that's too much already. So,
and enforced by Chuck.
Enforced by Chuck, yes.
Exactly.
And it was good to have him on the show tonight. He stayed for quite a while. That was good. And you know, I hope we answered everybody's questions. I think we did. Or the questions. You know, that's why I talked for as long as I did in the beginning, because I was hoping that if you had a question, it would get answered during my discussion, and hopefully a lot of it did get answered that way. But I think we covered the few cliffhangers that were there afterwards. I think we went back and we covered them all, whether it was a Tamron lens or a a question on whether the IBIS locked when you shut the camera off or not, and things like that. So I think we covered everything. I appreciate everybody coming in to watch the show tonight. We do appreciate it. I apologize for the technical difficulties, although apparently you didn't see it on your end. I was the only one that saw it at my end. But as always, it's a pleasure. So I'll say my good nights to you all, and hopefully you join us again next week. And please send in the photos for the photo review for July 6th. And let's get cranking on that, because we only got 22 images. And I'll say good night, and I'll let everybody on the panel wish their goodbyes to you as well.
Good night, guys.
And I do like the full HDMI port on the camera too. I forgot to mention that.
I'll agree with that.
Yeah.
Good night.
Well,
Take care, everybody. Have a good night. We will hopefully see you next week, as long as the man upstairs lets us.
Bye, folks.